June 14th, 2023, Charlotte Historic District Commission Workshop. We have a couple of items for the commission to discuss before we circle back with the Elizabeth project. So first, I have a couple of announcements about staff and new commissioners. I want everyone to know that, we lost Cindy, but we have advertised for her position. So we're in the process of hiring and trying to get back up to full staff. We've also had a retirement since May. Linda has officially retired and is enjoying the last couple weeks of vacation before she enters retirement. So we're all thrilled for her and very grateful for all the work that she's done for us over the past number of years. And then we also have a new staff member, or a new commissioner. I would like to welcome Commissioner Brett Taylor. And thank you for joining us. Brett is holding the Dilworth business seat.
Welcome, Brett. We are so excited. We've been wanting to fill that position for a while, and to get someone as good as you is quite exciting. So thank you. No pressure.
Brett's a contractor and owns Hopetail Builders, so we're thrilled to have him. Brett, would you like to say anything?
Happy to be here. Appreciate it.
Great.
You all and learn lots and how it works.
Yep. Great. Thank you. And then we also, as per our rules of procedure, in our June meeting, we vote for a slate of officers for the next year. And the officers will take office July 1st with the new fiscal year. We have talked about this at the past when we did succession planning at previous retreats. Right now, our officers are Kim Parati as chair, Nichelle Hawkins as vice chair, and Chris Barth as second vice chair. And what we had discussed previously was that Nichelle would step up to chair and Kim would step down to first vice chair so that Kim could help Nichelle train throughout this next year. But in order to do that, we would need some nominations from the board. And if anyone has other ideas or really wants to serve as vice chair, I'm sure Kim would be okay with that as well. So,
yeah, it's been quite a journey. I was talking to Christy earlier, and I started in 2017. So I've had quite a bit of time on the board. There was a little gap year where I had my child and missed 3 meetings and was given the boot. But you can't keep me out of here. So I fought back and started it again. And so I'll have 2 years left. But just know that by that time, it will be 8 years that I've served on the board. So I think it's time for new leadership to step up. And one of the reasons I think Nichelle is a great candidate for chair is, well, just look at what she's done so far. McCrory Heights coming on as a district is largely in part due to Nichelle's efforts. Whenever we've asked for someone to step up, be it for training or participation, Nichelle has been there. So I am very confident in the work she's done, not to mention that when she's been thrown into the fire, she's performed quite well, as you all saw last month. Really, really appreciate Chris Barth and everything that he brings to this board. Chris is a wealth of information and has added not only his expertise, but his ability to present that information and interface with our applicants in the most gracious of ways. And so I think he has proven that he is an incredible leader. And so these 2 individuals, I am confident, will help take the board and the commission into the future. And I am here as support. So if one of you would like to step up and become part of the executive team, please feel free to share that now. I will always be here to support. I don't have to be first vice chair to do that. However, if you're still getting your feet wet and looking to learn before you make that move, then I will hold the seat for you and keep it warm for 1 year, no more, okay? So, any thoughts, any words, any input from the team? All right, well, do we have someone who wants to make a motion regarding the current nominations?
I'm happy to make a motion.
I think your motion would be to nominate,
To elect.
to elect. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to elect Nichelle Hawkins to Chair of the HDC and Kim Parati as Vice Chair of the HDC,
And Chris Barth?
and Chris Barth to,
There's a
Go
first
back
vice
down to
chair and
board
second
member.
vice chair. Chris is currently second vice chair.
so he remains as second Vice Chair. Sorry about that. So Nichelle Chair, Kim Parati first Vice Chair, and Chris Barth second Vice Chair.
Okay, so motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. All right, so any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 commissioners today. Motion passes unanimous, 11-0. Congratulations, Nichelle. Thank you for your continued efforts, Chris. And I'll be keeping the seat warm for a year, so one of you is next, okay? All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. The next item on the agenda is the proposed Elizabeth Historic District. And just to recap, at our May meeting, we received a submission of a local district designation report from the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation. And a local district designation report, the elements are prescribed by the State Historic Preservation Office and include a map, a property by property survey, and a historical development narrative. And they submitted that information for the commission's review. And the commission decided at the May meeting that given the amount of public interest and the fact that the submitting body, Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation, was unable, they had some technical difficulties and was unable to join our meeting, that you would delay your vote until September, but keep it as an active workshop item to continue to receive input and feedback from the community on the report. And I just need to make it clear that the commission is not deciding whether or not to support or not support the designation of the local district. What the commission is looking for at this point is feedback on the content of the designation report. Feedback on the map boundaries, the survey accuracy, and the historical narrative. Because the commission, it wants to make sure that everything is fully accurately portrayed, and that if it is a complete submission, the commission will vote to send this to the state. So the commission voting to send this to the state for the state review is a required step in the process, but their voting to send it to the state for the state review is not indicative of support. It is simply, we are taking the next step in the process. And the state will review it and issue a letter based on the content of the local designation report and provide feedback to the commission about changes or additions needed to the designation report. And then through the rezoning process, when it gets to that point, if it gets to that point, the commission would then vote whether or not to support the local district designation. So that comes later, your vote to support it or not. What's being reviewed now is strictly the designation report and its contents. And this is similar to what we did for Oakland Park and McCrory Heights. So with that, we do have members of the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation who have joined us in person. And I believe there were also some individuals from the neighborhood who have signed up to speak remotely via WebEx. So with the chair's permission, I would like to invite the two members in the audience to come forward. And as we did at the May meeting, because this is a business action of the commission, we were limiting speakers to 2 minutes because of the number of speakers involved. So please come have a seat. And if you turn on the mic, you press the button. When it turns green, it's on. And be sure to speak loudly and clearly into the mic. And I will ask our attorney Hewitt or Attorney Sanchez Myers if one of you would be the timekeeper for us. Okay. Okay. If you would, please, Cliff, you may introduce yourself and then your time will start after you introduce yourself to the commission. If you would state your name and your address for the commission, please.
Okay, my name's Clifton Settelmeyer. I live at 604 Clement Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204. And I'd like to begin by thanking Christy and the board chairman and the whole board for inviting me back today. A month ago, we had a few problems. I had problems with my audio, and I could hear you all, but you couldn't hear me. And I was just mortified. But then I heard Christy saying, Clifton, Clifton. And it sounded like she was calling a lost puppy. So, so I had to laugh a little bit, but I apologize for that, which I'm here to speak to you today. I want to tell you about the history. We not only have historic buildings, we have historic organizations in Elizabeth. And one of them is the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation. And back in the 80s, the ECA, the Elizabeth Community Association, was striving to get local historic designation for Elizabeth. And they formed the HENF to raise money for them. We are a 501c3 organization, and donations to us can be tax deductible to the donor. During that time period, I believe it was in 1988, the people back then achieved the National Register of Historic Places designation for Charlotte, for Elizabeth. And then in 1995, I had just moved into my house for 2 months, and there was a meeting at the city council, and Richard Vinroot voted to break the tie, and Elizabeth had its local historic designation. In less than 2 years after that,
Excuse me.
our designation was
That's your
overthrown.
time. I'm sorry. The
That's-
time, 2
Okay,
minutes
thank
have
you.
passed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Apologies.
No problem.
Thank you. Ken, if you would state your name and your address, and then your 2 minutes will start when you start your comments.
My name's Ken Lambla. I live at 2017 East 8th Street. I've lived there for 38 years. I come to this discussion as the former recently retired Dean of the College of Arts and Architecture at UNC Charlotte, which has started a historic monuments program with the Department of Public History. I also happen to be, I think, the only architect that have ever had a project reviewed under the now defunct historic district that we had back in the 90s. For me, this issue of whether or not Elizabeth becomes a historic district is contingent upon the process that Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation has gone through. Not in the 90s and not recently has either of our organizations systematically surveyed the residents to see whether or not a historic district is appropriate. And to me, that's an important distinction. We believe that we've done the work to provide you with content to forward to Raleigh. And this will be the first time that's ever been done in the history of Elizabeth, at least the 40 years that I've been involved in it. I was the author of the co-director of the 1985 Elizabeth Small Area Plan, working with the Planning Commission. And in that report, we recommended the establishment of a historic district. And so now we're trying to fulfill that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We also have a caller online, I believe. Mickey McDonough? Mickey, are you with us? There she is. Hi, Mickey. If you would take yourself off of mute, or Candace, if you could unmute Mickey, please.
Christy, it's Candace. There's no unmuting Mickey as seen on my screen. The caller is unmuted if they would like to speak, but
Oh, okay.
that's where we are.
Okay, thanks. It was showing up as. Okay.
Sorry, I'm an applicant for later. I'm not calling in for this.
Oh, okay. Thanks, caller. Mickey, are you there? If so, we can't hear you. Mickey is a member of the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation. So hopefully she'll get her sound working, and if not, maybe she'll join us next meeting. The other thing I would like to share with the commission is, if I can get it up. The other thing the commission said at the May workshop was that we're accepting comments. We're accepting written comments throughout the time frame from May to September. The comments, Marilyn compiled them all and has been answering everyone, and it's been a huge support to me throughout this. And all of the comments are compiled. They are linked on the agenda right here, public comments. And we will continue to update these every month. And they are up to date as of noon yesterday. So anything we received since noon yesterday has not been incorporated. That's our standard deadline for providing public comments for anything on today's agenda. And again, I encourage everyone to read through it. I would caution that most of these comments are geared towards support or not support of the district themselves. They are not comments that are about the content of the historical narrative, the survey, or the map. So I would just, bear in mind when you're reading that again, our focus is the content of the local designation report at this time. And we will, of course, keep these on file for the commission when or if it does come to the point that the commission is determining whether or not to support the local district. So any questions from anybody? Commissioners, Chair?
Not about this, no. If we're ready to move on, I have something that I want to say.
Absolutely.
I want to, with your help, Christy, recognize some of the Preservation Award winners that actually came as a result of our commission here. So first and foremost, I have to recognize the McQuarrie Heights neighborhood. They were the winner of Excellence in Preservation. And Nichelle, you want to say a few words about that and what that means for the community?
Certainly. Thank you, Kim, and thank you, fellow commissioners, for the opportunity. I will say, as a member of McQuarrie Heights and then partnering with the other neighbors, having won that award just as we, on the heels of us becoming a new local historic district, was definitely a confidence booster. And it continued the momentum that we had in becoming a local historic district. So I think it brought some attention to that we are a neighborhood that is being looked at, and that we can continue to put forward the vision of those that created McCrory Heights. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Also want to recognize the Wadsworth Estate in my very own neighborhood of Wesley Heights. They won, and I want to get this right, so bear with me. They won the Preservation Award with distinction for residential. They did an incredible job with that particular project. And one of the things that I'm committed to doing is recognizing those people who do it well. I mean, we sit in these meetings and we go back and forth. We all know how much of a collaborative effort it can be when done well. And so I'd like to recognize people who do it well. And so I nominated the Wadsworth Estate and they won. And I'm incredibly excited about that. And Christy, this is the one I need your help with. Our former commissioner, Jessica Heineman, was part of a project that was also recognized. And Christy will tell you which one of those it was. Was it the Lantern House?
It was the Lantern House.
Yeah, Latta Park Lantern House.
On Romney.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not gonna let me do this anymore. It's gonna make me log in. I can pull it up on Google though.
It's really exciting to see how residents of our historic neighborhoods, when they are being incredible stewards of these buildings, it's great to see them recognized for it. And it's also wonderful to see the work of our talented commissioners. As you can see here with Jessica Heineman, who's an architect who served on this commission for 2 terms. One of the benefits of having someone who served on the commission is knowing that you're going to get someone who knows our standards inside and out and who's committed to preservation. And so kudos to Jessica for being recognized for this beautiful piece of work.
And then there was also the William Pepys House.
Mm-hmm.
I will find that for you too.
And the William Pepys House in Dilworth was recognized. It was a Preservation Award honorable mention for restoration of a historic residential structure. This is all very exciting. You know, I think oftentimes we can be labeled as an organization that says no. But what we're saying is together we can create some really incredible works of art while being mindful of preserving our neighborhood's historic stories. And so this is also a winner of one of the preservation awards.
And this one's notable. The commission will remember that this is a restoration. Previous owners had changed the architect who built it. They found the original plans, and this was the front door, always facing Park Road. But previous owners had changed the location and turned the front to face Worthington. And what they did after finding the original architect's plans is they restored everything back to the original orientation of the building. And I believe they even gave up a bathroom inside to make all of this work. So something, we usually hear the opposite, needing more bathrooms, more space. But this was a true restoration. And I think the panel of judges recognized that and how unique that is in this day and age.
Yeah. So kudos to all of the winners and for all of those who submitted applications and for all of those who are out doing the hard work that it takes to make sure that our history is maintained. Yes. Yes. One more, Scott. Yes. Is your green light on?
08 Dilworth.
1508 Dilworth. Scott, you want to talk about that one?
Yeah, it was great. The biggest challenge was working with the Historic District Commission. But it was a great project. Good restoration. There was a lot of updating and additions done. The house house needed quite a bit of work. And, but I think one of the notable things about the couple was they were living in California, and this was all done long distance. And tragically, the couple, he was killed in a car accident, like maybe a couple of years, well, about a year after this was completed. And this was kind of a second home because they had a son that lived here. But she has since moved here full time and really enjoying Charlotte and getting to know it. And I think that was real special for her, for that to have won at least an honorable mention. And but it was a great project. And the big challenge with the historic was a couple of trees to allow a detached garage back there. And but it all went through, and I think it was a good decision to do that, and I think it improved the neighborhood.
Scott, you want to tell what your connection is to this project
Well, we were
for those of us who don't
we
know?
were the contractors.
Mhm.
So, yeah, and a local architect, Ruard Beltman Architecture, and great project. It's really, really cool house inside.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. We should be singing the praises of all of the people who work in our neighborhoods who care and who are doing it right. So thank you so much.
I think there was a lot of restoration work on this too, outside. Didn't you
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
rebuild the front patio, like it was
We
sinking or
did.
something? Yeah,
We did.
yeah.
Had all the windows that you see there were restored.
Mhm.
And we tore off a porch on the left, and there's a new porch.
Mhm.
And then the the wing on the right had already been enclosed at some point, and we redid that and added that chimney on the right. There's a fireplace and a screen porch, and then there was a fairly decent sized addition done to the rear of the house, and then the garage addition. And a lot of site work in the backyard. The front yard was pretty well established. It's beautiful, beautiful gardens there.
If I may give a bit of history about this house, if
Please.
Wanda Birmingham were here, she would tell you that this house was on the demolition chopping
Wanda.
block. And this house came very close to not being here anymore.
Mm.
It was through the 365-day stay of demolition why this stands.
Mm.
And there was she told me it was a hand surgeon that was driving through Charlotte. They were looking to relocate at the coast, but they stopped in Charlotte and they saw this house and they decided to stay. They put the offer in, and they saved it, I believe, at month 12.
Oh,
Right
wow.
before. So while we can't prevent demolition in historic districts, this is proof that the 365-day stay can be successful. So
Oh, that's a wonderful story.
yeah.
And
You know, we only have 8 designated historic neighborhoods. 8. There are how many neighborhoods in Charlotte? So to be able to save our history is, I think, one of our charges, and I'm glad to be a part of that. Commissioner Walker? No? Okay. Anyone else? All right.
Great.
Well,
Thank you.
Thanks for all your great work.
Great. Okay. Ready to start with the agenda?
Yes.
Let me switch over.
Yep, absolutely. You tell me when to go and I'll go.
Go.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the June 14th meeting of 2023. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:06 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Nichelle Hawkins, Chris Barth, Noel Bell, Phil Goodwin, Krista Lineberger, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Nicole Hewitt, Jill Sanchez Myers, Candy Thomas, and who am I missing? Jenny Sugart, and I feel like I'm missing one more person.
Maryland.
Marilyn Dratt. Thank you. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to the meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer, or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool, and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Right. The first application is 1224 Belgrave Place. And this application is for window changes on the left elevation. Show you where it's located. There's Belgrave. It's on the second level of the left elevation. Right here. And it's similar to an existing window condition on the right elevation. So the elevation drawings, existing and proposed, are shown on slide 7. And they are carrying through the unique details surrounding the windows. They have provided all information about dimensions and measurements of the trim. And you can see the new window is behind a chimney in front of a bump out. And this is the fenestration pattern on the right elevation. They are matching this window here on the bottom right on slide 11. And it's simply due to the location on the building being towards the front of the building, as shown on slide 11, that staff cannot approve the project. So, but for that, it would be a staff review. So the project is to the commission and a consent agenda item.
All right. Does anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Well, then we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Wheat?
I make a motion to approve the application as presented on the consent agenda. It's not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction of residential buildings, doors and windows, 6.15 and 6.16, materials 6.18, and the Secretary of the Interior's standards.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wheat. Motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 11-0. Thank you.
The next application is also a consent agenda item, 715 East Boulevard. And it's a signage case for after the fact of the property changed hands and there was a new sign installed without approval. That sign that we're calling sign number 2 was installed between March 2020 and September 2022. This sign will be removed as part of this proposal. Sign 1 is for the commission's consideration. It was originally approved by the HDC in September 1996, and the size is listed. It does exceed the square footage, which I'm guessing that's why the commission approved signage back then, because normally signage is a staff level review. What they're proposing is to keep the monument sign that as submitted to the commission back in 1996, but just replace the panels so that the names of the new tenants can be incorporated onto the sign. There's no structural changes, there's no changes to location, but because it's an existing nonconformance and the commission previously approved it, staff is bringing it to the commission for review and recommended approval.
Okay. It's being, for lack of a better way to put it, grandfathered in.
Correct.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So is there an objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Well, let's get a motion.
I'd like to make a motion
All right, Commissioner Walker, thank you.
to approve this application for the sign change as it's not incongruous to the neighborhood and it is a repeat of an existing nonconformance that was approved by the HDC in 96.
Okay.
Add some standards to that.
Yeah, design standards for signs in Appendix A, specifically number 13, regarding sign consolidation and size.
Okay. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Did you have your mic on, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes, ma'am, I
O-
did.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So any further discussion of the motion?
If you would just repeat maybe what you said about this is a grandfathered? So
Sure. So this is not something that we would approve now under our current standards. However, this is being grandfathered in. Okay? So this is not only for the applicant, but for people who would try to use this as precedent. Okay? All right. So we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion of this motion?
I did want to mention, they gave us options. Are we to give them direction on the options or just let them choose?
It's up to you. Usually we don't get into content of
Okay.
signage. So
Okay.
to me, it's usually their choice.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or discussion, points of discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 11-0.
Okay, before we move on to the next application, I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Lineberger is recusing.
Okay,
Okay, and the next application is 900 East Worthington Avenue for a rear porch fence and landscape. And the reason it's before the commission is due to visibility as a corner lot. Otherwise, it would have been a staff level review. So again, prime candidate for consent agenda. You'll see the front of the house is shown on slide 6. The addition is going to go off the back, shown on slide 8. And there are also some changes to fencing. The fence is being moved up a little on the house. They're redoing the trash area and HVAC. The house previously had an addition. This is an addition. This is an existing addition. And this is an addition. So this was part of the original house. So basically, they're reworking a former addition. The drawings are shown on slide 28 and 29. Slide 30 shows the elevations. Actually, slide 31 shows the proposed elevation. And slide 34 is the section drawing. And then they are also doing some site features with a freestanding pergola and some fencing changes.
okay. All right, thank you. Any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda?
Excuse me, I need to recuse myself from this also. I've looked at this project.
Okay.
They're neighbors of mine.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Brett Taylor has also recused from this application. And Brett, when you recuse, you could just take a seat in the audience. Thank you, sir. All right. Any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, we need a motion.
I can make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Bell, thank
Excuse
you.
me. I make a motion to approve the rear porch fence and landscape project as it's not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction and residential buildings in Chapter 6 and the Secretary of Interior Standards 10.4.1 of the Rules for Procedure. There are conditions which include the applicant must submit revised rear yard coverage calculations to the staff and provide the height of the proposed arbor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bell. Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
And welcome back, Commissioner Lineberger and Commissioner Taylor. The next application is also consent agenda, 331 East Tremont Avenue. This is for a porch sunshade. And you can see this was new construction at the corner of Tremont and Euclid. And there are photos on slide 6 showing details about the shade and its location. Traditionally, if it's been something like this and it can be completely hidden in the porch structure, staff approves it because of its reversibility. But given the architecture of this building, as you can see with the homeowner holding up an example of what you will see since it's visible, it needs the commission's approval for this project. I would also note that this property owner has submitted an application for himself, and then he is seeking commission approval because there are a couple of neighbors that also want the same thing. And they'll be required to submit their own application, but commission approval will allow staff to approve those.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Commissioner
Can
Whitlock?
can I ask some of the unknown callers if there are any objections?
Absolutely.
Okay. If you've called in to the commission meeting, are you calling in about 331 East Tremont? You can just say yes or no. Or East.
And Wittenauer is on the call, but I'm the applicant with this, so.
Okay. Hi, Kenneth. Anybody else? Okay, I would
All
take
right.
that as a no.
Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Whitlock, you're going to make a motion, sir?
Yes, I move to approve this project because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction of residential building materials, 6.15, porches, 6.17, additions, 6.20, and the Secretary of Interior standards.
Okay. Friendly amendment, Commissioner Whitlock? If we could add that they would include a piece of wood trim to conceal the metal front of the shade header box.
Yes, that's accepted.
And if we could also note in the motion that we're approving this because of its reversibility and location,
Yes.
okay? And I believe that there are the two additional neighbors Christy mentioned. If we could say, let them put in the motion that, you know, if we're doing it for Kenneth, that we'll also do the same for them, that would be great.
Agreed.
All right. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hawkins. Any discussion of this motion? Okay, all right. So then let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 11-0. Okay,
Right, and our last consent agenda item is 301 East Kingston. And the commission will remember this case. It is a very uniquely situated Victorian house that doesn't have any rear yard. It just has a side yard, and the commission previously reviewed and approved the installation of a pool behind the front thermal wall in this area. And the COA was not the final permit-ready construction documents were not submitted in the prescribed timeframe, so the approval was deemed null and void and requires the commission's reaffirmation. I will point out that the commission's previous approval and discussion on this project required that the existing driveway that extends back to this covered carport remain, and that the new proposal includes removing part of that driveway that was the commission asked to remain and replacing it with turf. So just so you know, that's the major change proposed between the previously approved site plan and the proposed site plan, which is shown on slide 7.
Okay. All right, thank you, Christy. Commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none.
We have some callers.
All right.
Is anyone calling in about 301 East Kingston Avenue?
Okay. Who wants to make a motion on this one?
I can.
All right, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as presented, as it is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for sidewalks, parking on 8.2, lawns and landscape 8.4, fences and walls 8.6, and the Secretary of Interior standards.
Okay. Friendly amendment. That we keep the driveway as it is, and that staff works with the applicant on the fencing changes to make sure that they're compliant with the design standards.
Accepted.
Thank you. All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by?
Second. Oh,
Seconded by
second.
Commissioner Bell. All right, any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 11-0. All right, thank you.
And we're already on application number 6.
Look at us go.
Great. The next application is 1547 Merriman Avenue. And this project was continued from the January 11th HDC meeting for additional information about the steps and cheek walls and how things could be potentially changed with this project. The retaining wall was approved at the January 11th meeting. The commission is required to make a decision at this meeting, and there has been no information submitted based upon the continuance from January 11th. So with that, I will see if the applicant is available to speak.
Please.
Kevin Brown and Terrence Pugh, are you with us online?
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yes, yes, I'm here online. Kevin Brown is here.
Hi, Kevin. Are you calling in? Or you
Yes,
want- Okay, you're calling in. Okay. Would you state your name and your address for the court reporter, please? Kevin, have you been sworn in?
Previously, but not today. I haven't.
Not today. Okay, we'll start with that. Anyone that's joined us, if you would raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time.
All right. Please respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Kevin Brown, and that's 436 West 8th Street.
Okay, Kevin, is there anything, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Is there anything else you'd wish to share about the proposed project for the changes to the steps and the cheek walls on
Yes.
the house? Yeah.
One good thing I wanted to add into that, in reference to the walls, like you were saying something in reference to the design of the wall or the level. I don't know if you know that a lot of the older houses in the neighborhood, they actually pretty much like that house, for example, some of them have like pretty much almost a underground basement that you can almost walk. I mean, the crawl space is almost like at height level of a 5 foot, maybe 5'4", 5'6". You can pretty much walk below. The way that lot, if you look previously, and I'm showing that picture, in the way they angle that, the steps and the slope that lot is actually to keep the runoff from the water from protruding down into that house. So that's why, if you notice, the hill might be a little different. And the landscaper actually had to do that to keep water from retaining, going down into the bottom of that house.
All right, Kevin, is there anything else you'd like to add?
That's pretty much it. And I think the wall is a great looking wall, and I hope you all accept that wall and uh, to the condition of that house and compared to the one next door. And from previously, as you can see, how well that house has been maintained since it's been back into session. Someone's living there.
Kevin, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
One unknown caller. Caller, have you called in about this application?
No, I'm here for a later application.
Can you tell us what application you're calling about?
Sorry, I'm here for number 8. This is Jessica Heineman. I'm on the road and trying to get there.
Oh, okay. Number 7's gonna take a while, so Jessica, just hang up. We'll let you know when it's your turn.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay, Kevin, our design standards 8.2 through 8.3, have you had a chance to look at those?
Say that again. I can
Have
hear
you had a chance to look at our design standards?
Yes. One of the things we can change is the stairs, the pickets, that rail. I think you were showing that, but I thought that pretty much, I think it was something in reference to the pickets or something like that, I think.
Well, it says number 7, I'll just start with that one. Repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving in color, size, texture, and finish. Ensure any new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project. So with that being the case, can you tell me why we should make an exception for this project?
Well, the homeowners submitted, they talked to someone previously also about the different types of stone. And so the stone was talked to with someone at the office there. And that's the reason why they said that that shouldn't be a problem with that type of stone. And I think from previously, I think we accepted the stone from a previous a meeting from a while back.
Do you know who you spoke to, who the homeowner spoke to, and do you
It
know
was
what
a
the
young
address
lady
is?
it was a young lady who came by there. She was relatively young, that worked in the department. I don't have that available, but it was a young lady who came out even on the site.
All right. Do you have an address of a neighboring house that has something similar that was approved by this body?
Oh, well, there's several pictures in there that was that I think if you see, I think on some of the slides, I think for some of the stone, even the one next door to it.
Right. And was it
It's
approved
that
by
stone.
the commission? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
And there's several houses like down that is just like it
Sure.
on the
Okay.
same street.
That was all discussed at the January meeting, and you'll see on slide 8, which was the staff memo from January, that talks about the stone walls that were presented and discussed. And, again, it's not about the wall, it's about the commission requested more information about steps and the cheek walls, not the retaining wall.
And so we unfortunately don't have, unless you're willing to submit it now, and actually it's too late now, Kevin, but we didn't get the information that we requested. So
And who am I speaking with? Who is speaking?
I'm Kim Parati, I'm chair.
Kim Parati. Well, as far as what exactly, I mean, as far as when you're saying, what were you saying in reference to?
On the cover page of the application, The 4 items there, we continued the application from January. We're now in June. We continued the application for those 4 points.
What-
And excuse me, 3 points. The retaining wall was approved.
And then also included is the official letter that was transmitted on January 20th that included this information. So,
Before we close for deliberation, would you like to address that?
Well, I really can't see it on the screen here because it's pretty small here. Let's see here. Just 1 second. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I think I missed it. How are you associated with the project?
I helped manage the project. I was the manager of the project and the contractor who did the house, but I was overseeing the landscaper company who actually did the project.
Okay.
Well, if you look at when you said the steps and the cheek walls at the walkway area to be studied, 8.6 and number 3, you're talking about at the upper steps of the house, correct?
no, they were talking about these.
These steps right here.
all
Well, at that,
On number 12. And just for the
would you go to that
record,
street?
I emailed this letter to both Kevin Brown and Terrence Pugh on Friday, January 20th. So,
Okay, and the what I'm saying is that go back. Okay, so if you're looking at that step, so how it was constructed, that step was repaired. It was the original steps that was there. The stone was just actually covering the steps. Or, well, it was repaired for the broken steps there that was repaired with the stone. So that was all cracked.
Anything else you'd like to say before we close?
I think that's the improvement from the damages from the house and in the walkway there, which was the concrete was all cracked, as you can see previously. And if you look at that picture that you have on the screen currently, the improvements of that is astronomically better than previously.
Yeah,
So none of that can even be none of that can be restored. Some of it can be restored, but I mean, when you're talking about settling broken concrete straight down the middle, you have no choice unless we're going to have something later down the road where it's going to collapse, or you can put something in there that's going to we can repair. But if it's going to collapse with the erosion and the rain, the water, settlements, we're causing for issues later of a hazard to someone walking there, or even to the neighbors. I mean, who knows? I mean, you want to make sure that everything's done correct for safety reasons.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Brown? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
Mr. Brown, I just wanted to clarify, there was a previous approval of what was presented to the Historic District Commission in 2021, and that was not what was built. What was approved previously was not what was constructed. So this was an after the fact review, and it came before us in January. And we approved the retaining wall, and you were to come back, or Mr. Pugh was going to come back to us with a revised option for the cheek walls and the stair and the walkway that was not in compliance with the previous approval and not in compliance with the standards. So that was what we were expecting to see, was a revised option to this. So since there's no change to what was presented in January, we're a little bit limited on what we can discuss at this point.
Okay, so well, as far as with the walls in the improvements that has been done, and with the slope and the settlement of the landscaper for sloping the lot to make sure that the drainage and the runoff flow is correctly for the improvement of that, how do we consider of accepting the improvements of the new wall as it is?
Unfortunately, we cannot, it's our standards are what is, that's our purview, is what meets or does not meet our standards. That is what we are here to approve or disapprove. So that doesn't really factor in. I understand the challenge, but that does not factor into to our decision.
And I would like to add to that, that we are now, that was January, this is June. I feel like we're having a conversation that should have been had at the beginning of the year. And so we are, to Commissioner Lineberger's point, we are bound by the standards. The standards are set up so that they not only protect the historic characteristic of the neighborhood, but the house as well. So no, we're not saying that you were supposed to live with inadequate stairs, but there is a like for like. You had to replace it if you did present information to staff that they needed to be replaced, and that was agreed upon. You needed to replace it with the same kinds of materials in texture, color, so on and so forth. But again, that was back in January. We're in June now, and so we're limited in terms of having this conversation. Okay, so we are, having said that, going to close for deliberation. I will say, for any future applications that you have, staff is really good about helping you get to the yes, but you have to reach out to them or respond to any correspondence that they send to you. Okay?
Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
so we
thank
will
you.
close now for deliberation. Commissioners, yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
They had something approved. They chose not to do that.
Yeah,
That's,
yeah, I agree. So, yeah, I see Commissioner Goodwin nodding his head.
Yeah,
Commissioner Wheat.
we have our policy now that if we have continuation items, that at least 50% of those need to be addressed, and none of them were addressed. So
So I think then, seeing as how we didn't learn anything else in our conversations with Mr. Brown, I think that we're at a good place where we can make a motion. Who wants to do it? Commissioner Lineberger, thank you.
I would like to make a motion to deny this application as it does not meet the standards 8.6, number 3, and 8.2 for steps, cheek walls, and walkway.
Okay.
And I would like to add that we did, just note in the motion that we did previously approve the retaining wall.
Okay. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wheat. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, well, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 11-0. All right, thank you.
Okay, our next application, I believe, just showed up, 501 North Poplar. Ryan and Ryan, if you'd like to come forward. And I believe you have not been sworn in yet, correct? Okay, if you want to, while they're moving on up, you want to start the swearing script?
I will, yes. If you will, please raise your right hand as you make your way to the front. Oh, yeah, your hands are full. Please raise your samples. All right. Please raise your right hands and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thanks, guys. Don't forget to speak up and into the mic.
This next application was continued from the May meeting for the items listed in the staff memo, including roof forms, materials, lots of materials, and some windows on the rear elevation. The applicants have provided revised plans, and at the beginning, they have made response to the items for continuance, which are shown on slides 7 and 8. Slide 9, I would like to point out that that's the cover page of their revised submittal. It has a chart on it. Staff has printed this chart out large and handed it out to every commissioner so you can really review the chart. And then the applicants have also provided agenda supplement information. The supplement available online are the first 3 pages, which are the chart that staff printed for the commission to review. And then the rest of the items were not printed, but are available both online and on the screen. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the Ryans and have you state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to begin on.
Sure. Ryan Baird, currently at 225 North Cedar Street, apartment 411, Charlotte, North Carolina 28202.
And Ryan Tolson, 10629 Monrovia Drive, apartment 306, Matthews, North Carolina 28105.
And that's great to start on the page with the continuation letter responses. So thank you again for seeing our case. Today is still very critical for us as we're really needing an approval for the envelope, the roofing materials, and the electrochromic glazing in order to keep the engineering and design moving so that we can eventually build this.
Yep. And just to reiterate, thank you again for hearing our case today.
So diving right in, continuation item number 1 was regarding the minor details of the roof form. We have 2 options for the roof forms and 2 options for the turret along with that. If we could move down to the table on page 2 of the supplemental PDF, which is the same one that's printed out. Now that one is updated compared to the cover sheet on the original submission. So please refer to the printout or the supplemental PDF. And that really describes the options, the design options on top that we'll talk through with a number of these continuation letter responses, as well as the material options for this submission. So typically throughout, we prefer option number 1. If we can go to page, should be 21 on the plans, that'll show the roof form option 1 on a roof plan, which has all upper roofs as hipped. Should be 2 pages up. Should be 2 pages up. Okay. Yeah. Is that 21 for you or something else?
It's 21 and it's also labeled. It says it's 21. It's also labeled as HDC 012.
Okay. Yeah, so here's the roof plan overhead showing the hip roofs, especially on the dormers on the back and the interior area of the roof terrace. Let me see. And then if we could go to, it should be page 48, that'll show option 2 in contrast. And the difference between option 1 and option 2 is really, again, the roof dormers, or the dormer roofs, excuse me, and the roof areas towards the interior of the terrace, where those are a shed style roof. And the main driving force of that is if we're only allowed to use the solar roofing material in less visible areas, then the shed style roof will allow us to use a little bit more, even though that's still quite limited. And then going to the turret height in option 1, pages 30 and then 31 will show that best. And it'll also show how little visibility there is of the hip roofs that we talked about.
There's something wrong with the,
So let me see, 30.
is 30 sheet,
I think it'll be HDC 016, which, let's see here. That's,
there we go, 016.
no, actually, you were right. It was the HDC 030. So it actually was page 30 as well.
Okay. Okay, so HTC
Yep.
30.
Yeah, really examples of the turret on the right, and then how little of the hip roof is visible on any of those perspectives. And then also page 31 will show similar. And then option number 2 should be pages 57 and 58. So that shows the turret height just in strict compliance with the standards based on the last continuation. The option 1 is actually 18 inches higher than the tallest point on the street, which seems to work better for the design of the home and work well. And then this is just slightly lower, but we were still able to find a way to separate the turret roof massing from the rest of the roof massing. And then this will show how minimally visible the shed roof is of the roof form option 2, especially at the top of page 57. So the one right before this.
One right before this.
Yep. Yeah, on the top right, there's a little bit visible in the shed roof, but that's about it. Yep. And the last thing, if we could go to page 42, we've added some additional context for the shed cell roof in the 3 images on the bottom right, including a flat roof over a dormer.
Why is it saying 50?
There is something going on with the page.
Yeah. You know what sheet number it is?
Yeah, 1 second. It'll be CTX 004.
Yeah, go down.
Yeah, right here. So especially the 3 images in the bottom right are the ones, and if you could scroll down just a little bit, ones where we found shed cell roof, dormers, and then the hip roof and everything else, context-wise, is, as we talked about, that's shown in the upper right. So then moving on to continuation item number 2. The table on the cover sheet printed out, that lists the door and window materials, where the main doors are mahogany and the back doors are wood, while windows are aluminum clad sightline from Geldwin. And continuation item number 3 for the electrochromic glazing. As the glazing itself isn't tinted, we believe there is additional explanation that's appropriate. The options for this topic are on the cover page, where option 1 has that built into the window. Option 2 has it as a completely separate structure from the window, most likely built into like a plantation shutter style on the interior. And then option number 3 is with a multi-layer interior shade. And all of those would have pretty similar exterior appeals at the end. The glass panes itself have options listed for the EC shade device and low E glazing as well. And we would be having a glazier build that into the sightline window structure, would be the intent. Page 47, let's see if that page number matches up. Should be the,
The MAT002,
yeah,
it's on the screen.
great. Page 47 really shows additional details and goes further in the explanation. The HDC standards themselves do note that various reasons, including cost, maintenance, and quality of available original materials, substitute materials are being used as alternatives, particularly in our case, particularly in the case of compatible new construction. For this glazing, the performance data demonstrates that the glass is 61% clear, which is similar to and better than many of the clear low E glazing options. The data from the manufacturer is on the makeup of the glass, also shows that the electrochromic component is provided by a Halio EC device. And so that's shown in the breakdown in the bottom left there, where we have the Halio EC device highlighted. It's not a layer or coating or anything on the glass itself. As we mentioned in the last meeting, the physical sample that we were able to get appeared noticeably yellow in here, and the meeting room has relatively darker yellow lighting. We did take the same sample outside in the sunlight afterwards, and that's the image in the second column on the top, and photographed it here, which really shows the clear performance similar to the low E options. And the color rendering index also is extremely high at 96%, and even towards the full tint level is still very high. The options are summarized at the bottom as well, which we've discussed on the table. There is an image of an automatic shade example, except we would be looking more for a gray-blue shade. But ultimately on this topic, the significant difference between the options is our health benefits, especially first and foremost as it relates to circadian rhythm, which drives how really all of our organs in our body work, and then also vitamin D intake. And we can't realistically replicate that sunlight with interior lighting. And that's really the most important factor that's affects our health for the rest of our lives here. And additionally, energy efficiency is reduced as the shade moves further into the interior. And then if we're having to build additional structures on the interior separate from the exterior, that does drive up the cost some. So I would say, given that this product is already permitted as a separate interior shade on the home, that the quality of appearance is similar to all other options, and each other similar to the clear low E glazing on other new construction, that there's a significant health benefit difference between the options, and that there is a significant energy efficiency and cost difference between the options. It appears to me to be an appropriate evolution of the standards to allow the product on the exterior window unit rather than forcing it to be an interior shade. You know, I don't get the feeling that it would take anything away from the historic district. And we'll go through a little bit context later. But on the right, there's past the dash line, a sample of the Guardian 6227 clear low E glass. And that's one that almost meets the Energy Star requirements. And that would represent basically the most clear option available. It has the same 61% visibility and even a higher exterior reflectance. So it would look darker from a reflectance standpoint, or look more like a mirror than the electrochromic glazing. And then if we could go to the supplemental PDF, it should be page 6. Our manufacturer was able to find a rep and a sample and get a hold of it side by side. So we have the Halio, it'll be page 7. Have the Halio Vericon glass on the right with the EC shade in it. And then on the, I'm sorry, that's on the left. And then on the right, there's a VNE 63, which is essentially equivalent to the Guardian one that I've just described and shown. And you can really see, they weren't just saying the glass is a lot clearer. It actually is a lot clearer and shows the color differentiation. And then on the next page, there's 5 images in the bottom right. That's additional context. 3 historic homes within our context for what's likely clear low E glass that seems to have a tint to it or has a very high reflectivity and ends up looking a lot like a mirror on the outside. There's also a home from 2014 that met the standards where the glass has definitely a noticeable green tint to it, like many of the clear low E options, whether it's a green or a blue tint. And then going on to continuation item number 4, regarding the stained glass comment on the door, ultimately we've decided to change these to a standard 2/3 glass door light, and that's best shown on page 24 of the plans. Yep. Yeah, you can see it on the right door detail. Yep. Moving on to continuation item number 5, for solar roofing material, we did finally receive a sample of the active and inactive roofing tiles. We'll pass those around shortly, and that really shows the solar, I call it a mesh, the solar active component itself is really less visible. In most conditions, I can't see it unless I'm within 4 feet, and in real life, this will be a little bit more than 20 feet in the air, so you'd never see it from the street. And you can see them up front below the presentation if you're able to see both of them from that distance. I would guess I don't even know if you could tell if you looked really close for a long time.
Talking about the samples that are propped up front?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and we can pass those around now.
Yeah. So what is this first sample? And talking to your mic.
The first sample is the Tesla solar roofing material. It's actually one of the same samples we passed around last month. And then the second sample is the one we just got in, and that's the same Tesla solar roofing material, but it actually has the active tile, so you can see how less visible the solar component is. And you'll be able to see it when you're passing around and up close, but at any distance, you really, really can't see it. It's been quite impressive. Got a lot of good feedback on it.
And for purposes of the record, these have been labeled as Exhibit A, Exhibit 1, and Exhibit 2.
And then if we could go to page 21. Okay, yep. So in option 1, this material is proposed really for the majority of the roof. And I did want to mention too, if there's any concern of this black metal roofing being dissimilar to the turret's black synthetic slate that we're proposing, then we can consider using this black solar metal roofing as well for the turret. And then option number 2 on page 48, that just shows again, it's really only proposed on option 2 for the low slope, less visible areas on the shed roofs. Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Option number 2 on page 48, it shows for option 2, this is only proposed for the low slope, less visible shed roof areas. Then,
Will you repeat what you just said, Ryan? I was looking at your sample.
sure. So page 46, I'm sorry, page 48 option 2 shows that this is only proposed for the low slope, less visible shed roofs, even though option 1 is preferred where it's the majority of the roof.
So this is HDC 13, and I just want to make sure I'm pointing to the right thing. It's only proposed for here, these 4 locations.
Yeah.
And what
That's
is the rest of, what is the rest of this?
That's shown as a black asphalt shingle. And then there's a option 3 where we may, if we have enough funding, use the black synthetic slate, the Da Vinci material.
Okay, and what's here, right here?
That's the black synthetic slate
The
material.
whole roof is black
So on
synthetic
the,
slate is this low slope here
Just to-
and on the turret or just
yes,
this?
on
Okay,
the turret and on the low slope at the wraparound porch.
okay.
Yes.
So these 2 are slate, this is asphalt, and this is the Tesla roofing. Are you showing it as 1 or 2? Just kind of the Tesla in general, or is this shown, which of these 2 samples you passed around is shown on this slide?
They would both be part of that area of the Tesla roof.
Okay, so either one of those 2 samples would be shown here.
Yeah, it's a combination of both. They end up looking the same at a distance.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's the difference between the 2?
One of them has an active solar component and one doesn't.
Can you explain that, please? Will you explain that?
It's kind of like saying Tesla found a way to take your traditional solar panel and somehow put it on this thin mesh that you can barely even see on this material. And with that, one of these tiles will produce electricity and the other is just roofing material alone.
Oh, okay. So you would use both, or why did you bring both of those today?
It'd be a combination of both. So every example image and video, it's actually both that you're seeing. You can only use the active tiles with the electrical generation on the larger pieces. So whenever there's pieces on the ends or certain areas with code, you can't have a solar panel active on it, then the other piece fills in the gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that is your option 1?
So option 1 is where that's most of the roof. And then I did want to go over option 2 just to re-summarize that got a little confusing with the options. Option 2 for the roof massing has essentially a sub option 3 for roof materials, but option 2 is, as we were showing, the solar roof would just be on the shed style roofs that you see in the middle. And everywhere else would actually be the black asphalt, including the turret and the porch roof. But then option 3 has the black synthetic slate instead of the asphalt shingles.
All over? Or just on the turret and the?
All over except where there's the solar metal roof on the shed roofs.
That's option 3.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
And then if we could go to page 46, that should be the MAT sheet. It'll be further down, I think. Oh, actually, it'll be further up.
Yeah, I think it's up.
Yeah. Next sheet. Yeah.
So
right there.
MAT 001.
Yeah. So the first image in the top left, that's not what we're proposing. We're really just added this picture to demonstrate the difference. That's your typical solar panel versus what we just passed around, where it's extremely hard to tell that there's even any solar component to it.
Ryan, could I ask a question? I thought that option 3 was with gray synthetic slate. Are you now saying that that would be the black Da Vinci is option 3 with?
I probably need to correct myself. Give me 1 second. I apologize for the confusion. So let me just re-summarize all of them if you don't mind, clear it up. Option one is really the Tesla black metal roofing throughout, with the exception we'd use that black synthetic slate as long as there's no concern over dissimilarity for just the turret roof. Everything else would be the Tesla solar roof. And then option number two would be just the Tesla solar roof on the shed roofs, but then everything else would be black asphalt shingles on any visible portions. And then option three, you're absolutely right, is gray synthetic slate on visible portions. And then it has just the Tesla black metal roof only on the shed roofs that are less visible.
Excuse me, not Da Vinci for option three. It's the gray. Is that the EcoStar? Do you?
No, it is the Da Vinci. It's the one we passed around last month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that it?
We have the black one here. We didn't bring the gray one again since we passed around last time.
Any particular reason you'd be going with gray as opposed to black because the Tesla panels are black?
Only because the Tesla panels would only be on less visible areas, so we expect you wouldn't really be able to see it. And then really it should be a unified gray for the rest.
Did you consider the black on the rest?
We could. I mean, that is our third option as well, but we can consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, can we go back to the MAT 001 sheet? Number of images from the street view showing really how the black metal roof ends up looking, and we'll go over some videos at the end here. At the very top, that also has pictures of them side by side at different distances. Again, just demonstrating, 20 feet away, even between 5 and 10 feet away, you really can't see much of anything. And closer to 4 feet, you have to be looking for it a little, but there's a little visible piece of the active solar component. And then the really key distinction from what we learned compared to what we presented last month is the video we had shown last month. I did say it was unusually glaring, and we were told it's not normally that glaring. What I didn't know, they literally calculated the flight path between the sun and a drone for marketing purposes to try to show as much glare as possible in the last video. So today we have videos actually from the street view, how it would look to any pedestrian. And this roofing material is designed to have varying thickness and pattern. You can see the waviness of it. And part of that reason is to minimize and diffuse any glare. So it'd never be as glaring as even a flat metal roof. Examples of images from the street were added here on the bottom and even on the right of the page, which don't seem to show any real glossiness in those. And Tesla has provided us with a study concerning any of the glare. And the study itself is at the end of the plans, right after the option number 2 plans. But we've summarized it at the top right of this sheet, where essentially clear windows end up reflecting more light than the typical solar panel from Tesla. And then this solar roofing material reflects even less light than that typical solar panel. Part of the reason is that diffused reflection based on the waviness and pattern, which is what that image of the sun rays in the top right shows. And that really scatters the light, so you don't see much. You never get a complete intense light that you would from a metal roof. Their study considered essentially all the variables from the path and location of the sun down to the even eyeball size of a person. And they're showing to see more than a 5% reflectance you would actually essentially have to be a drone flying above it within about 30 degrees from perpendicular. And then the bottom right of the page, as we talked about, option 2 shows an image of the asphalt shingles that we're looking at. And let's pass around the Da Vinci black roof as we're talking about all the roof materials. And if we could also go to the supplemental PDF page 5 and pull up the 2 videos, these will really demonstrate. I asked them to do one during essentially a regular day and one during a sunny day to try to show as much glare as it shows. It'll be 6. So yeah, the images are actually links to videos.
And as you're looking around, that has been labeled as exhibit number 3 for the record.
And this is showing what?
This is showing the Tesla roof material, just on a regular day as you walk around it from the pedestrian view, to see how much glossiness or light reflects from it.
Okay.
And then the next video is similar, and this is a home in North Carolina, and I asked them to get the most sunny day they could and essentially do the same thing.
Is it in Charlotte?
It's gosh, I feel like it was Wadesboro or something, but it was North Carolina. I'm drawing a blank on the city. So even in a sunny day, I wasn't able to see definitely none of the glare that was shown in the drone flight path video shown last time, but even just from a standard minor glare, really haven't been able to see anything standing out, to be honest.
Okay.
All right, can everyone hear me? Perfect. So for continuation item number 6, for the submission, we've included the details for elements such as siding, trim, brackets, corbels, columns, railings, and include all the dimensions within those details. Any dimensions for those materials that have not been that were not captured within the details themselves are also stated on the elevation sheets.
So HTC 36.
Yep.
37, 38, 39, 40, and 41.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Continuation item number 7. The larger garage door at the rear of the home will have detailing that will present the door as separated, and will mimic the detailing of the trim work between the single door and the double door garage doors. And that's illustrated on HGC 037. There's also a comment about the proposed drapes at the front porch. There's not a detail for this, but it was asking about the material for that. And we're looking at just a white insect screen type material. Nothing too special there. Continuation item number 8, the porch flooring will be a 5/4 board by 6-inch painted wood tongue and groove decking for both the first and second floor. And its orientation will be perpendicular to the front doors, as mentioned in the last meeting. We're also wanting to orientate the flooring as it wraps around the wraparound porch and that area to also be perpendicular to the house and the door as well.
Just say it would be 6 inches wide.
Yes.
Okay. Commission, take note.
Okay.
I know you had 4 inches on your notes.
I mean, typical deck boards are usually 6 inches. tongue and groove, I'll rely on the commissioners. Yeah,
2.25.
2.25.
Are you happy, you're okay with going smaller? We're open to choosing a different dimension for that. Okay. Continuation item number 9. The site features have been dimensioned within the site plan, and additional elevation details of specific elements have been included within the detailed drawing sheets, mainly within the fence detailing. All yeah. For the site plan, yes. And I believe it's 40 or 41 for the fence details. 41. Okay. All the hardscapes for walkways and paths are to be typical modular brick pavers having a nominal dimension of 4x8 with a 2-inch thickness. And they will be typical red brick in color. The driveway will also be 4x8 driveway pavers. There will be 2 colors that's being proposed. Where we're intending for the cars to be parking and things like that, we're choosing 1 color. So that'd be brick color number 2, that would be a lighter in gray, while the remainder of the driveway would be in the traditional red brick color. And that's all I have to say about that right now.
Okay. Then moving on to continuation item number 10, regarding the shorter windows on the side and
Excuse me.
rear.
Sorry,
elevation.
could I get you to repeat? I got lost on the red brick, gray brick situation. So will you explain that again, please?
Sure, happy to explain. And Christy, could you go to the site plan as well? Perfect, thank you. So where Christy's cursor is now, that's the existing sidewalk. We're intending, that's a red brick paver. We're intending to follow that up just right there where her cursor is now. And then where the drive tracks are, moving in to the driveway, that would be the lighter gray color.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
Then going back to continuation item number 10, regarding the shorter windows on the side and rear elevations, we've found some additional context that we added. Should be page 44, I believe. And what we found is many of the homes, even just on North Poplar Street, had shorter double hung windows, often on both sides of their homes. And we kind of stopped the context search after seeing that 412, 416, 428, 523, and 601 North Poplar each had examples.
Is this right, CTX 003?
No, give me 1 second.
006?
006 is window context.
There you go.
Yeah.
006.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
especially at the bottom, the 4 images on the bottom row, and then the 2 images just right above it were ones that we've added, showing those shorter windows that are in most cases double hung. And then option number 1, we should be able to see on pages 26 and then 28. And so that is where we've elected to go with the square windows for essentially our bathrooms and laundry room with the detailing as shown. And then page 28 should show the other elevation in a similar way.
And this is HGC 22. The perspectives are shown on 21. And then the rear elevation is 28. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading it.
It's 26.
It's 26. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I think the previous page was actually 24.
24. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then option 2, we can see on pages, should be 53 and 55. And that's with the shorter double hung windows, based on the context.
What that number is down there, HDC
022.
022
22, yep, on option 2.
on option 2. And then HDC 025
Correct. Yep.
on option 2, the smaller double hungs.
Yeah, and then if we go to the supplemental PDF, I have page 7, so for you, it'll probably be page 8. Yeah, page 8. We've added some additional context. This is specifically for the 2 windows that are for our kitchen, so it'd be on that right elevation towards the front of the home, as there is a staff comment on that piece. And so,
What is that referencing, Ryan?
so for that, that would be
Is
right
that
there. The
referencing these?
2 sets on the left. Yep, exactly.
And you're referencing a similar window on page 8 of the supplement.
Yep. So the 2 images in the top left were the best examples. So one at the 529 North Poplar Street, where they have a shorter window. It's a little covered up by the vegetation, but especially that bottom middle, definitely a shorter double hung window right there. And that is street facing. And then
Can you tell us, is the front of the house, this is the corner of Poplar and Ninth, is that right?
yeah, yeah,
So
and this
the
is
front
the
of the
9th Street.
There's a chimney here and the front of the house is more over here.
Correct. yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And then the next one down would be on 326 West A Street. It'd be on this side of the house that's on Pine Street, where you can see right by the door, there's 2 double hung windows, slightly shorter.
We can't see that actually all that clearly.
Does that help?
Yeah, where's the front of the house?
So this would be the side on Pine Street where they have an entrance to the home, but the front of the house would be on A Street.
Will you point with your cursor?
Which way?
Yeah.
Are we? is
It'd
the
be
front
to the
here?
right, yeah.
The front's here.
Okay.
Like, it looks like there's a bay. And then the front of the house. I can pull them up on Google Maps if the commission would prefer as well.
I just needed perspective. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, that house is on a corner lot.
Mhm.
So that's like the side, and then the front per se would be on the right.
Actually, Christy, maybe it would help.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Ryan, I'm gonna need help with the address.
326 West 8th.
326 West 8th. Oh, it's the Overkarsh house.
Yeah.
Okay. Here,
It's also on slide 14.
let me pull it up. I'm also need to switch the share. So everyone online can see. Okay, wow, okay. So this is the front of the house. Sorry to make everyone dizzy. The front of the house is here and the second entry is kind of back in here, right?
Yep, that's exactly where the context photo was.
Here, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me try winter.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, so it's towards the back. So there's the door. Looks like this was a later addition added to the house.
So that's not towards the front of the house. What about the other one?
The other one is across the way. Back. The other one is right here. Yeah. Let's try winter again. March. Okay. Here's the other house. This faces the street.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go here, it's right in here. So that's the front of the house. You can see, I don't know if I can get any closer. There we go. front porch, front of the house, and then there's the little
Okay.
windows.
Thank you.
And I'd say the last really key difference on that topic, for both of those context examples, those are the street facing, essentially public realm or semi-private realm. I can't quite remember, but in our case, it's the side of the house. It's not either of our street facing elevations. And then moving on to continuation item number 11, talking about the site walkways. We have revised all of those to red brick. Then if we could go to, should be page 11, HGC 004. So that concluded the specific comments for the continuation letter items, but there are a couple other updates we want to mention as well. And let's see. Should be HGC 004, so it'll be further up. I think it's one of the contact sheets. Keep going. Right here. So we did get some of the streetscape surveys back that were ordered some time ago. And so I have updated that table in the top right that we talked about and discussed quite a bit in the last month's meeting. To be honest, there were minor changes in the averages at the end. Nothing changed as far as how we presented things or how our home compares to the average, except the numbers changed a little bit. So the story and discussion we had, it still remains. And then page should be 17, HGC 008, so 4 pages down, I think. And this is also just showing some of the streetscape surveys that we got back. Should be the next page. Yeah. And then right there, so there's a few more context examples showing the horizontal directional expression. And then if we could go to HGC 11, so I think 3 down, and then Ryan, go ahead.
I believe there's quite a bit of discussion on the site plan already. So I'm not sure if there's really too much more to add on to that. We've gone over the intended materials for the bricks and paths. It is reflecting the dimensions of the site features that we are proposing. And it is now reflecting the tongue and groove for the porch. I would like to add though, if depending on the roof options for option 1 or option 2, the site plan would stay the same in either one of those kind of options. So just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, we go to the next sheet. Okay, so a couple of things to note about this roof plan, and this is for option 1. Some of these comments do also reflect for option 2. I'll go ahead and say those first and say where things differ from option 1 and option 2, just to make sure that we're clear on it. All the roof slopes have been reevaluated. There was a comment last meeting of simplifying those, which we have gone through. So for the dormers, for the dormers, for the areas over the front porch that flank the gable, the lower porch there that Christie's on, and the turret, those all differ from all other areas in the roof. So all the gables, the roof around the perimeter, those all have a slope of 11/12. So they've been simplified. For the dormers, those are 4/12. For the roof area that flanks the gable on the front porch, so yep, on that side and not over there, those are also 4/12. For the turret, for the upper portion, that's a 14/12. For that lower portion of that roof where it transitions, that's a 4/12. Down at the wraparound porch, those are 2.5/12. And that was made specifically so that we can avoid conflicts with windows and the adjacent second floor of the porch. All these roof slopes would be the same with the two options for their respective elements. But the differences between the two, these are showing the option 1 that's showing the hips. Option 2 would be showing the sheds for those dormers. And there's some differences in materials. For this being the preferred of option 1, we would see here the majority of the roof has the Tesla solar panel roof, while the turret and the wraparound porch, those have the synthetic slate. Can we go to the next sheet? Okay. I won't drive into every detail, but I'd like to go ahead and point out the differences in the roof turret height that's also been iterated by, or spoke about to by Ryan Baird. Again, this would be option 1 with the higher turret. This would be 18 inches above the highest point of our adjacent context. And that context that we're going off of is 326 West 8th Street, its highest point. The other kind of notable differences for this is just seeing how the roof forms are now with the adjusted roof slopes.
And can you clarify, is that to the peak of the turret or the peak of the finial on top
It's
of
the
the turret?
peak of the finial. Yep. So the finial adds about a foot, just to be clear. Okay, we can go to the next sheet. So again, just being able to see this in a little bit of perspective of how this option with the higher turret starts to come together with the rest of the design of the home. Okay. Next sheet. So again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we'll be able to see the higher turret within this elevation as well. A couple other notes I would like to make on this is seeing the difference between now having the higher slope and matching slope for the two bump outs, as well as it's now matching to that central gable over that recess bump out area. We can go to the next sheet. Again, perspective just to kind of get some eyes of how this might start to look from the street edge. Okay.
I'm sorry, will you go back to slide 24?
Sure.
The turret isn't the only thing that's shorter. So on your option 1, you have the piece that sits on top of the roof there. It sits higher than option 2. Will you explain that, please?
Are you looking at the image above as being the option 2? Or
I'm looking at that as option 1, the top.
the top image is a previous.
Is it previous?
Yeah, previous design.
Okay, thank you.
So it's just noting the kind of
I
the
see it
changes
now.
between the two.
Yeah.
In option 1 and option 2, all the roof forms are the same except for the turret is at a different height and the shed instead of the hipped dormers. That's the only differences. Okay. And go. There we go. So again, here we can see the dormers as having the hip roofs on this option. We can also note that the windows, the square windows at the rear, or at the, sorry, right elevation. So those are square before they were double hung. This changes in option 2 as being a narrower, kind of more rectilinear double hung window, which we can see later. Okay. go to the next one. There we go. All right. So for the rear elevation, again, as kind of discussed through the continuation comments, we see now that the double garage door appearing as being separated through trim applied to the door itself. And we also have done some modifications to the railing at the upper terrace level. Just added some trim to that, and it's going to have a railing on top. And there's a detail of that later in the drawings. Okay. So again, just giving a good kind of perspective view of what this option looks like from the street edge, and how that turret being taller within the design as we see it and we believe is helping to the overall design. Okay.
You want me to move down to option 2 now?
Yeah, that would actually be helpful. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you, Christy.
We're down at, is that it? Yes.
Yep.
Start with 40 slide HTC 13.
Yep, correct. Yep. So again, this is reflecting that second option, showing the shed roofs. It also has the different material notes that reflect to the desire for that second option. We go to the next. Okay. So here's the front elevation with that turret at the finial is at the same point of the highest point along adjacent to our context for historical context. And again, referencing back to 326 West 8th Street for that. We are still able to make sure that we don't have the window conflicts that was mentioned during the last meeting. But we do believe that the 18 inches adds some value to the design of the overall project. If you could go to the next sheet. There we go. Right here. So here's the kind of illustration of those being sheds versus the hipped. And also those windows where the bathrooms are, they were square in that one option 1, and option 2, they're double hung, and the dimension of those are 2.5 feet by 4 feet. So before in earlier versions, they were a little bit more kind of square double hung. So we've made these into more rectilinear double hung windows. Still need to be shorter for privacy of bathroom and that concern. And then everything else, the rear elevation is essentially the same as well. It's just showing the dormers as being sheds farther beyond. So, yep. So. Okay. If you'd like to go back to wall section and the details, I'll just briefly touch on those.
HTC 034.
That's correct. Thank you. So through the wall sections and large wall sections, we have included a section through the turret for the submission, which was not on there before in earlier submissions. There was a comment last time to kind of how the roof was framed and it being some complexity to it. And through study, we're looking at that upper portion of the roof for the turret, basically coming down and resting on to the exterior framing of the turret walls. And the overhang itself would be essentially overbuilt as the overhang. So it's a simplification of that roof while still getting the same desire of the design. We've also went through and noted and made sure of the specific heights of architectural elements such as the eaves and the windows and things of that nature. We've also have been studying since early on of the kind of porch beam situation and the thicknesses and the heights for that, and find that we're not off from what's actually being shown around the neighborhood as our context. The porch beam itself is 8 3/4 inch wide right now. And one thing that I'd like to note, there's a slight height difference between the first story porch and the second story porch. The first is a little bit, the overall kind of column height and ceiling is just a little bit taller than the second floor. That's to help to kind of scale things down as we move vertically through the project. We could go to the next sheet. So all these window details of the trim, everything else, and also the schedule, this is all reflecting all the windows that have been used in option 1. The only window that is not being picked up, that has not been integrated into this, was that change of the square window to the more rectilinear double hung window for the bathrooms on the option 2. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But essentially this is a direction that we're hoping to go for the window trim. I won't go through every stick of molding and trim as the dimensions. I have it all listed there. I'm happy to answer any questions about it. But we are looking to go with cementitious trim, and that is shown also within all the material index that was provided in the supplemental sheets, that information. I would also like to add that the windows themselves, we're proposing those to be the aluminum clad gin weld sightline windows and frames. So if we go to the next sheet, please.
Just a quick question.
Go for it.
So these windows, these double windows
Mhm.
down in the bottom right, are we to understand that that's the same window that's being represented on, let's see, page HDC 022, that those double windows on the top and bottom floor?
So no, the specific, so what we're seeing in that, in the detail sheets, just on the lower right hand, those are just the examples of the trim and the trim at a location where there's windows that are ganged. That's it, because there's just a minor difference in that. The actual sizes of the windows themselves, those are all listed within the schedule at the upper left-hand corner of that sheet.
Okay.
And I'll add on that, the details in the bottom right still show a painted metal cap, which, we're not necessarily looking to do, but then we are looking to work with staff, work through some of the minor details. So these are accurate and good as far as the trim is represented, but then there's minor things to work through beyond that.
I just wanted to clarify, did you just say Jeld-Wen aluminum clad?
Yeah, the sight line.
Your notes said Jeld-Wen sightline wood clad. Is
Well,
that
it's a
what-
wood aluminum
It's
clad
just a-
window, right?
Okay.
Okay, we can go to the next sheet, Christy. So again, showing all the doors, and this would be the same for option 1 or option 2. We're showing all the exterior doors and their sizes up in the upper right-hand corner with the door schedule. And reflecting the materials of the trim around the doors, and then the trim work that we're intending to be done on the garage door itself. Okay. So here we have illustrated all of the cornices and kind of eave conditions, as well as some trim details. I won't go through every single one of these, but one thing that I'd like to mention, it was brought up during the last meeting about gutters within the project. After having a discussion with the owners, we don't want to have just aluminum gutters stamped on this thing and take that away from the cornices and the detailing of that. So we're looking to use an incorporated kind of box gutter within the cornice, so more of a built-in feature. So that way we can still keep the look and feel of the cornices the way that we've been working through them so far. Okay. So here are the specifics to the railings and also the column details. We're looking for these elements for the railings themselves, top rail, picket, bottom rail, those to be wood. For the columns, those are also to be wood. The image or the illustrations up at the top upper right-hand side, that is the detailing for the railing that is at the upper level and kind of terrace level. So that just varies slightly where we incorporate kind of a more built-in feature with trim work, where that appears a bit more built-in to the roof forms. Okay. So these are the various brackets, again, accompanied by the material, which we're intending to be wood, as well as the dimensioning for those. And for these elements, I mean, we have worked kind of since the beginning to look at the scaling of these to be appropriate to the elements which they're associated with. Okay. And then kind of wrapping up here with the fence details. So a little bit about the fence details. We're looking at the top of the post to be 6 feet in height. And that's going to be consistent throughout the fence's location around the side and rear of the project. The panels themselves, they're going to be wood. They're going to have top, bottom, and side rails kind of infilled within the posts themselves. We're suggesting that the panels get adjusted to be equal in size throughout, as if possible, and the bottom of the radius, kind of the top rail of that radius, was swooped down to around 5 foot. So while our posts themselves are 6, it would be coming down to around 5 feet for the panel. For the side gate, which is the upper right hand kind of detail, we're looking at 2 leaves equal in size, same style as the panels, with a trellis above. And for the driveway gate, which is the lower image there, we are wanting to keep the bottom portion of that to be the same as the fence panels. The upper portion, we're looking at, or we're proposing that there's some metalwork in there and kind of using the sunburst pattern that's kind of been used in other places within the project. And between that, there wouldn't be an infill between that metal work. It would just be open and visually open between the driveway and kind of sidewalk for a safety concern, and making sure that we're not coming out onto anyone on the street, so. Okay.
And then if we could go to, should be page 43, CTX 005. And before I forget, I meant to mention on the solar roofing material, that is actually one that's been approved by the Boston Historic District recently. And that was a residential rehabilitation, essentially roof replacement. And they may have done more than that as well.
What was replaced one more time, Ryan?
There was a historic home in Boston where they replaced the roof with the Tesla black metal solar roof, the samples that were passed around. And that was approved up there. And I believe it met the federal interior standards.
Did you provide example, like, do you have that?
All I really have is what I just mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, without like
Not the same.
pictures or images or details, it's hard to use that information.
Yeah, all I really know, it was residential, and it was reviewed and approved by the commission up there, but moving on to the context CTX 005, we have talked about this sheet before. I know there are some commissioners that may have not been at that meeting as well, but just a couple things I want to rehash on it. There are a number of historic homes in the neighborhood where the skylights are really clearly in high visibility areas, where context is shown on here. There's also a few examples of where either the side of solar panels or the side of essentially a flat roof, whether it's a terrace or just a flat roof, are visible from the street. In addition to there being other homes with solar panels visible from satellite views, obviously. So. And then if we could go 2 pages down, just want to mention the new streetscape surveys. We've added the side elevation there for reference, and that was for the directional expression sheet. So really, in conclusion, I know we've been through a lot of details, and I'm sure you have some detailed questions as well. We've shared our preferences. Thanks for listening to everything. We're here to collaborate with the commission. We appreciate any feedback you can give, which actually reminds me, when I mentioned one of the comments, I think didn't make it into the continuation letter, but still part of constructability for the roof of the turret, where there's a leak concern due to joints. One way we've looked at addressing that is the higher slope roof will actually continue all the way down to the wall, and then the lower slope roof will be built kind of on top of that. So instead of it being a joint, it'll be a solid roof below. But we do listen to any feedback and try to make adjustments as well. And we would just ask that if there's any material details that we could have multiple approvable options, that we could work out some of the final selections with staff. And, we're certainly willing, and I'm sure if there's a material shortage or something, we'd have to come back to the table and represent some of the topics, but hopefully that'd be an efficient use of everyone's time.
Thank you, Ryan. And will you, one more time, restate what you said about the turret just now?
Sure. The turret, based on some concerns of the joint between the 2 roof slopes having a leak, what we'll have is the steeper slope actually goes all the way down to the top of the walls. So it's a continuous roof from the top of the turret down to the wall, even though some of that is below the second lower slope roof that creates the wizard hat style, so to speak.
I think I understand. I'll get someone to translate for me. All right. So do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No.
Okay, so now it's our turn. Thank you so much for your detailed presentation. As always, I always feel like I learn something from you guys when you come, so thank you for that. Right now, there's parts of your foundation from the old structure left on your lot.
Mhm.
Are you going to keep that?
Yeah, we've kept essentially the foundation from the old home to reuse for the porch of the new home. And that's essentially it. Now, if there's, we've talked about trying to match the brick colors in the past, and if that becomes too complicated, we're willing to change out the bricks, but we could still reuse the CMU and still reuse the structure of the foundation.
That's why I was asking the question, because that is so far, what is on your lot now, that foundation is so far from red brick. And so I don't know how you will.
Almost a brown. So, yeah.
Yeah, so
We're
I'm sure
definitely
we'll,
open to that.
we'll talk about that a little bit. So just doing a little research, and anyone please chime in, but I'm sharing this question with you all in particular. On Victorian style houses like this, usually the dormers, if you see them, are located towards the front or the center, and yours, that's not where your option 2 dormers are located. So can you tell us why you designed it that way? If you were going to use dormers, why you put them where you did?
Sure. And I guess let me just start by saying that it was really a evolving process of how to get that 3rd story as a built-in, essentially a built-in attic rather than a 3rd story on the exterior of the home. But then, I mean, we have seen some dormers on examples of, even on the back of some of the homes. One of the context images shown was dormers kind of in the back of a home built in 2017 that met the standards. And that was one with a shed roof. And I believe there's some other examples of kind of the rear or the side of the home having some dormers.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking for historic references. Just, I should have said that. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are definitely historic references. I'm just not 100% sure how many of them have it on the side or the rear in our neighborhood specifically.
Okay.
Ryan, do you want to add on to that?
I will say there are several that are on sides of homes. The exact address is escaping me for some of them, but some of the homes along, I think it's North Pine Street, moving closer to kind of Alexander Michaels, away from.
Sure.
Yeah, moving that way on the right-hand side, there's a few of those kind of that can be seen. So through what we've looked at, we don't feel like this is completely out of place. But as a, kind of beyond that, as kind of the design and how that's evolved, again, and that's kind of been the process of the ability to have some usable square footage within that area, still trying to be as kind of courteous as we can to kind of minimize the impact of those elements to everything else.
And part of it too, I think a lot of the styling, we've really used the gables to express the Victorian style. And, we didn't find a spot where we felt like having a dormer in there in the front or the street facing side of our home was appropriate.
Okay. I'm looking at site 20, Christy, although my slides have been off from yours. So it is the current site plan. Well, yeah. Yeah. This is, so the foundation, the brick goes right up to the foundation. And it's stated in our standards that, that's a no-no for us. So would you be willing to put like would you be able to pull it out from the foundation so that it doesn't abut that?
I'm not quite following.
So up here where Christy has her cursor, we have hardscape abutting the foundation, which is something that we don't allow. Would you be willing to continue, I guess, your planting strip down so that it doesn't do that?
We would, I guess, I think we'd want to work with staff on what's allowable. I think even just from a driveway standpoint, we've definitely seen brick and other things abutting foundations in our neighborhood quite frequently, just with how dense the neighborhood is.
Sure.
But even aside from that, I I guess I'd just be curious if there's different ways to do it, whether maybe a concrete strip or something else that we could either find contacts for or use in the back of the home. But
People have used like pea gravel before, and a lot of it's to protect the foundation
okay.
against water intrusion. So, I mean, if the commission's okay with it, with specific direction, I can work with them.
Yeah. Will you repeat how you plan on handling the gutter situation? I couldn't really hear or understand that.
Sure. Christy, could you go to that detail as well? Thank you. So the gutters will be integrated within the cornice work and the trim, and that's actually a detail that is used kind of frequently in historical, a little bit more historical than more traditional and today and modern. But this example is also shown in, what's the lot that's right across the street from, or catty corner? That one uses
428. There's actually quite a few homes. Ryan pointed out to us, we hadn't even realized, you can see the gutter downspout, but the rest of the gutter is literally built into the roof form. So it's kind of behind, what would you call the cornice?
Yeah, it's behind the cornice, kind of living within the area that's the overhang, kind of the eave.
Yeah, in our standards.
I think this is like a high style design feature that they're
Okay.
mimicking. Like a lot of people they're adding gutters later, but like on these high style Victorian houses and like Italianate, sometimes they did have integrated gutters.
Okay.
And Commissioner Barth is nodding his head. Like I don't think I think it's actually a really unique approach so that gutters aren't ruining the lines of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And that's it for me for now. Commissioners' questions. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, you responded thoroughly to 100% of the continuation items, so thank you very much. And you've got a lot of information here, so went through this and taking the continuation items one by one. Just wanted to kind of recap some of the things that you did to help guide us in our decision. So on the roof forms, can we go to slide 22? Christy? Not HDC number. Do you have the other sequence? Okay, well, 22 here would be HDC 14. Yes. We have two different sequences here. Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing with the previous roof plan, HDC 14.
Are you looking at option 2?
No, no, it's the elevations. Yeah, you had it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing I just wanted to point out, the top says previous, that is a previous, but it is not the previous. So if you go to slide 87 in my sequence, I just wanted to point this out because y'all raised the roof up and you narrowed the pediment last time. And I just wanted to point that out. And that's why the turret really got buried.
Yes.
Yeah. Slide 87. Christy, can you get back to the other sequence, or I can tell you this is?
Yeah, HDC 12.
Yeah, so this is our last.
Yeah, so that's the last presentation. You can see how so you can see how
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That was some technical issues on my end. I do apologize.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to show that. And that was one of the reasons that we talked about the interference issues with the windows and perhaps raising the turret. So that's what you did. And what that does is, as you pointed out earlier, that it raises the roof. I think the top of the finial is going to be 1.5 feet above the nearest historic finial. And, at least this commissioner, and you also eliminated the interference issues with the windows. It sounds like you're getting additional slope to it. I see all that as benefits in the massing. as it relates, as each element relates to the other elements. It does make it a little bit taller than surrounding buildings, but especially in the Fourth Ward, our standards say we can be more flexible with regard to height. So I wanted to just point that out. On continuation items number 2, 3, and 4, having to do with window and door materials and specifications. You have, for the doors, you have wood, and you have your detailed door schedule provided on slide 34, which I believe, yeah, you did show that. But just to recap that, since that was a continuation item.
Do you want to
That's
recap?
HDC 37, Christie.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Are you just recapping or are you asking us to summarize it?
No, I'm recapping it.
Okay.
Just kind of
Thank
help guide us in decisions. And as far as the stained glass, you mentioned that you don't have samples now, so that's not something that we would be able to approve at this time.
Yeah, and we've changed that, so there's no stained glass currently. It's just the standard door light that you could get in any door. So I mean, it would be what you typically see around the neighborhood.
Okay.
Does decorative glass, is this the pattern?
Exactly.
But it's just like a decorative etched glass.
Yeah.
Okay.
It kind of mimics kind of a leaded glass. It doesn't have the stained glass as, so it's not color, just, the clear glasses and kind of split similar to stained.
So you're not proposing stained glass anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay.
That was a change.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. With regard to the window specifications, we do have our standard that, tinted windows are not allowed, 6.18, number 3, which we've talked about before. And one of the things that I'm a little bit confused on is, all of our windows, as you are aware, they do restrict light transmittance. A cardinal glass window will restrict it by 1/3 typically. But these electrochromic windows, it was my understanding that they would get down to 10% light transmission when they're fully blocking out the solar radiation, which is significant tinting. Is that correct? It varies, right? The tinting will vary and drop down to 10%. That's what you had mentioned last meeting?
There's a spec sheet on the material sheet. I believe it's MAT 002. We could find that. It should be page 40. Well, let's see.
Is this the supplemental?
No, this will be
Slide
47 for me. Yeah, exactly. And so right below that image in the top left, there's a table of the IGU performance data. So let's see. And what you're asking about the visible transmittance. And it can be limited, but I mean, it's a adjustable shade, so it's not really a tinted glass or tinting of the glass, but that shade, when it is drawn, so to speak, or fully in, it goes down from 61% to 2%. And, we could limit that to 10 or something else if there's a need. But looking at the other windows in the context of the neighborhood, there's definitely some visible tinting as well.
Well, that's still significant tinting, and we do have our standard, 6.18, number 3.
Yeah.
It says tinted windows are not allowed. So what my next question is that you have an option for using this electrochromic material inside. We'd use the Geldwin clear glass windows, and then you would use the electrochromic devices inside or shutters. So my question to Christie is if they use clear glass windows, is what they do behind the windows like shades or curtains, is that in the purview of the HDC?
It is not.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And I also, in situations like this, sometimes I'll consult other historic districts when we don't really have guidance on this, but I would mention that the Charleston district, if Christie, if it's okay to mention, reference, if we don't have detailed details on some of these criteria. If it's less than 35%, they don't allow it. And these electrochromic windows would drop down well below that and result in significant tinting, and we have our standard. So the electrochromic device on the inside of the windows, I know you said that would be more work, but this commissioner's opinion is that based on this standard, we can't be part of the actual window unit.
Now, I know I've said this and you probably thought through it, but as far as the breakdown of materials, which is actually the image right below what you're showing currently, in the bottom left, the double glazed IGU, does it make an impact that it's not a tinting of the glass or coating? It's actually a device, basically a shade device.
Yeah, but it's
Not if it's integrated into the window itself.
okay. Moving on to the next one, so we can work our way through these on roof materials. I see your argument that the Tesla tiles, that they're not solar panels that sit up in an array that are sitting up, 12 inches up off the roof, and they're obvious. And so I see what you're saying, but they do have a very distinctive look. And once again, in trying to get some reference material on this, again, I went to the Charleston HDC, and I was surprised. Yes, they do allow Tesla. They allow Tesla panels in the Charleston Historic District, but they are in less visible areas, limited to 20%. They have to be flush with the roof, which is what these Tesla tiles would be. They would be flush with the roof. No more than 20% of the roof area, which is kind of what you've got in your option 2 and 3.
So one thing I do want to mention there, again, it sounds like the Charleston reference is talking about solar panels, and Tesla makes solar panels. But this is definitely a different product and material.
Well, if they say that it has to be flush with the roof, then it's not a panel. I mean, it would be what you have here, I believe. If it's flush with the roof.
They do
Otherwise, if it's a panel, it's going to be sitting up on top of the roof.
They do make essentially thin panels that you can put on any roof. So I'd be concerned. I think that's what they'd be referring to, unless they're talking about the solar roofing material, because this is essentially a new material. Unless they've reviewed this specific one, they're probably talking about basically a flush panel, but it's still a panel. It's still a typical photovoltaic cell rather than the mesh or the active component that you see on this one.
Well, I mean, it would be my understanding. And when I asked about, Tesla, the actual Tesla panels flush with the roof. And another thing too, that I thought was a good reference, a good benchmark, was that it needed to be the same color. So that the tiles needed to be the same color as the rest of the roofing material. And you're proposing black here. And then it's one of your options you've offered to use the black Da Vinci synthetic slate. So Christy, I have another question, or any other commissioner. Have we approved synthetic slate on new construction in the past?
We've approved it on an accessory structure, new construction. It's been a couple of years ago.
Haven't we approved recent, like within the last few years,
Don't-
a replacement roof in Dilworth,
It was,
synthetic slate?
it was,
It was a full-on house.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I do remember, so what happened, there was one in Dilworth that they had replaced their roof without permission and then were asking to match their accessory structure. So the commission approved it on the accessory structure. But I'm sorry, y'all, I'm failing you with my memory
Yeah,
today.
I'm encouraged now because
There
I
are-
thought so. I thought we had, and Chris saying the same thing.
There's at least 1 or 2 precedents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's certainly a much better product than asphalt shingles.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's they probably last vastly longer than asphalt shingles.
It's so high off the ground in this
Yes,
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to number 6, which is details for siding, windows, and door trim, column, beams, and railing. You've specified hardy artisan, excellent, 5/8 inch thick. We've approved that many times in the past for new construction. one concern that I have is that if you're trying to use the hardy material for window and door trim and corner boards and pilasters, none of that material will stand proud of the siding once you lap it over, because it's 5/8 of an inch thick. You lap it over, now you're 1 1/4 inches thick, and all those boards and all your trim is going to be recessed back behind the siding. You don't want that. It needs to stand proud of the siding. And so I think that we have never approved cement trim boards. Christie, is that correct? I don't think that we've approved
Usually we require wood trim boards.
wood trim boards.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that it stands about a 1/4 inch proud of the siding. Correct.
Yeah, so, 2-by material would be ideal for this. You've already got a lot of wood, and I applaud you for going with wood for the balusters and the rails, the balusters, and you got some crown moldings that are all wood. So it would be a lot of additional work to go in and put in backer material on the cement board. And then not only that, the cement board is extremely brittle. You can't miter it. You cannot cut it on a miter. It just chips. It's so brittle. And then you've also got a lot of trim that's got the edge exposed. The edge of the cement board is rough, and it doesn't really paint very well. So you've got some real complications if you wanted to use the cement trim boards for several reasons.
Do you want to speak to any of those?
Yeah.
And it has been our intent to get it to stand proud. It sounds like we need to make it even bigger to do so.
Yeah. So if it is, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe that the profile for that artisan has kind of a subtle kind of taper towards the top end as it lays down. I think 5/8 is kind of the general thickness. But I haven't been able to get my hands on a true kind of sample of that and its profile. So I can't verify that. But even with that, if we were, still wishing to go with the cementitious, we understand about the need to have that stand proud, and would be willing to flow it out if needed. That's up to the discretion of kind of Ryan for that, because that would be added work and material that you're putting money into the project and not seeing. So.
And then one thing I did just want to mention, I believe it's right on, it'd be the supplemental PDF page. For me, it's page 9. It might be 10 for you. No, 9. So right at the bottom, I did mention the HGC standard 6.18 number 4, and that specifically talks about certain materials, including trim details on new construction, being cementitious. But I do hear some more concerns that we hadn't heard or thought through before, whether it's the edge being painted or just how we're boxing it out. So it sounds like at the very least, we need to kind of work through those details and see if it's, confirm if it's even feasible, but.
I will add one thing, and that is the standard hardy that's 5/16 thick. It's half as thick. You need the 1 inch thick corner boards and trim boards. So the siding stands, and it stands just back from the profile of the corner board or the 5/4 trim board, because it's actually 1 inch. It's not 5/4, it's 1 inch. So if you did artisan, it would most definitely, I can't tell you if it's tapered, then that's different, but I can almost assure you certainly that it would stand proud of the trim boards. So, and then you would need to go in and put in filler pieces everywhere. And by the time you did all that, you would be investing more than if you just use wood.
Yeah, it sounds like unless we find a different solution, that may be what we need to do.
I believe it.
Okay, yeah, moving on, continuation item number 7, the garage door and the exterior draperies. The garage doors, they now appear separate. And as far as the drapery material, we can discuss that in deliberation, but this commissioner does not have a problem if it's just a white mosquito netting, and that's what you're saying, white mosquito netting, just something very simple.
Essentially,
Okay.
yeah.
The porch flooring specs, you specified wood, thank you for that, and the stair treads as well. And Chris, you wanted to use 6-inch T and G. Is there, have we not allowed 6-inch in the past? Have we?
No, 6 inch is like a deck width. We require the traditional 2.25 width.
2 1/4, okay, and, okay, and we have,
Commissioner Barth, is that, they're correct? 2.25, tongue and groove? Yes, okay.
we have a standard for that. I guess that would be in materials.
Yeah, I can find it for you.
All right, thank you. And you were amenable to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Continuation, item number 9, provide dimensions details for all hardscaping, including walkways and fencing. You provided very detailed fencing and gate details. Thank you very much. One question that I have is you changed the cast pavers to red brick, and then you have options also for some gray brick interspersed as well. But the red brick, at least to me, is acceptable and suitable. But I did have a question about the gray, the interspersed gray brick, and why you would mix the two colors of brick. And once again, let's see, that's slide number 20.
Yeah, and so
Back
that,
to slide number 20, which
the
is,
idea behind that is really just for the driveway to have essentially the red brick carriage tracks, and then the gray brick would be essentially a backdrop, just another material to have the red stand.
I'm also seeing the gray in the back, the darker shaded area, that's all gray back there. Is that gray within red, all that? Is that a gray accent area?
That's how it's illustrated, correct? As kind of another parking area, kind of helping to kind of differentiate between the, where you can park your car versus don't park it here. Was kind of the idea of that, since this is going to be, more than just the Bairds living here, and to kind of aid in kind of future use for the space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you consider just making it all red brick, or do you feel that you have a strong need to have the accent color?
It's not so much that we have a strong need. We'd be amenable to that. But I think one of the markups that we talked about along the way that I think didn't make it into this last plan was actually having the carriage tracks go further into the driveway. And that was really the idea, to have the carriage tracks as a red brick and have another color that's appropriate for a driveway material as a neutral backdrop. So that's why we were talking about the gray brick. But if there's
Okay.
a concern with that, we'd be okay with all red.
Let's pause for a moment, Christy.
The solution that we usually do when they want contrast is it's concrete. You do concrete carriage strips as a contrast to the brick. And that's something that we do all day, every day in all the districts, and staff can work with them on that revised design.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Christy.
Thank you. That's very helpful. See, and then the last continuation items, you showed context of small windows at rear elevations on nearby historic homes. And those windows are small because they're, what, in the kitchen or bathroom?
I'm guessing most of them that we
Yeah.
saw were
And
bathroom.
it would present difficulties to try to make them taller.
Yep.
and more-
Yeah, but for us, they were bathroom or laundry room.
Yeah.
And then kitchen towards the front.
Okay, I've taken too much time probably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All great things, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, commissioners, any other questions? Anything left? Commissioner Barth?
And I apologize if I missed this, but you're showing two, looks like above grade walls on either side of the driveway coming out of the gate. Are those meant to hold back grade? And if so, what's the construction method of those, and how tall are they, and what does that look like?
So to the first part of that, as holding back grade, correct, yes. And that's to allow for the kind of the sloping up of the driveway. The exact height on those, we're not 100% on knowing what that is yet. And the construction of them, that would be red brick as kind of the finished material to also match the foundation with CMU, or however it's kind of structurally engineered to do so. And we are hoping, we don't have details for that right now. We were hoping that that could be something that we could work with Christie and staff with.
Yep, and even though the pattern's not showing up, there is the traditional red brick retaining wall for those wing walls, as you call them.
That's
On either side of the driveway.
yes, correct.
And in looking at the driveway, typically our details for site features requests that applicants make the driveway as narrow as possible. Do you have any ability to narrow up at least the entry point of that driveway coming in?
You're talking about where it meets the sidewalk?
Yeah, between the gate that you're showing, the double gate, and the sidewalk, correct?
To be honest, it's already extremely narrow. The dimension on the interior there is 11 feet, which once you factor in any turning, we may have a little opportunity to make it more narrow by shifting it to the left, but even then, I guess I don't know what your typical narrow expectation is, but 11 feet to me for a car seems pretty slim.
I'd say historically, our driveways are about 8 feet. I think with new driveways and given the fact that modern cars are larger, typically, Christy, don't we go to like 9 with carriage strips?
9.5, yeah, because it's like 333.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, at least for me, is again, one commissioner, having a completely open field of brick that's 11 feet wide. You know, most cars aren't 11 feet wide. You know, maneuverability to get in there, that's another story. Or once you get behind the gate, that's another story. But at least on this approach, coming off of the street section, I'd be curious to see if you guys would entertain a narrower paved surface.
Would be willing to look at it. I am pretty concerned about the maneuverability. We've looked at quite a bit just for the cars turning into the garage doors, but then we've also had a lot of challenges with just the street parking, people not being parked right inside the lines of where they can park, which then it's really hard to get out of our driveway at all. So we'll have to look at that closely.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
I was also noticing too that, if you give yourself some wiggle room with regard to the gate posts and staying away from those, keeping that driveway away from those gate posts will help immeasurably to keep someone from hitting them.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, anything else, Commissioner Barth?
That's it.
All right, commissioners, any other questions before we close? Going once, Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, just a quick one. Is the height of that gate for your driveway 6 feet, 10 inches? Did I read that correctly?
That is at the highest point, yes. And that was as it comes up, but that area, kind of where that sunburst pattern is, that is
It's all open.
that's all open. So it does come up higher, but we're trying to also minimize that to have some openness and some feel. We're thinking some of that height also might help with the structure of the gate and kind of the size of everything. But yes, correct. It'd be 6'10".
Looks like the bottom of the curve that starts that open area is a little under 4 feet.
Yeah, because it's so open, I guess it's a different consideration. I just know that 6 feet is typically the highest, but I don't know how that would be resolved.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Ryan, anything you want to add before we close?
I think there's some more questions.
I'm sorry, yeah, I did have one more question. Somewhere on the site plan, I remember you referenced, I guess it's a tree you're going to plant, and it said medium tree. Can you just explain what that is?
I don't know if we picked the exact species yet, but I believe we're looking at kind of a medium-sized crepe myrtle that might be 30 feet tallish, not one of the biggest ones. Yeah, it hadn't been finalized yet, but
Thanks.
looking at something along those lines.
All right. Ryan and Ryan, anything before we close?
Not that I can think of. I just really appreciate the collaboration. If there's any questions that come up during deliberation that are important, be happy to open the floor and talk about it again. Or anything else.
All right, thank you, sirs. Let's close for deliberation.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, as you begin your deliberation, I just wanted to bring out a quick point to reiterate for the board. When you consider the case, remember that you're looking at the evidence on the record as is applied to your standards in your jurisdiction. I know there was a mention of other jurisdictions during the discussion, but as you are beginning to evaluate your case and make your final decision, remember that you're basing your decision on the Charlotte Historic District design standards.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. All right, commissioners, bearing that in mind, thoughts? You were quite helpful, Commissioner Goodwin. Why don't you lead us in discussion?
Well, I guess that I had kind of evaluated, based on the continuation items, I had evaluated a lot of the aspects of this, and I feel like I kind of stated, with my questioning, where at least this commissioner, what this commissioner would approve. And so I guess at this point, I would really solicit the opinion of other commissioners.
That is
I mean,
fair.
I've already pointed out, for example, I think the roof turret, even though they went higher, was a really good decision, but other commissioners may disagree with that. So
Let's take it point by point. So to your point, if we're going to choose one of their options as one commissioner, I would prefer the hip gable combination as opposed to the dormers. And I also don't have a part with the finial being, I think they said a foot. Overall, it's the building with the turret is 1.5 feet taller than the tallest historic building surrounding them. The finial is tiny, it's a foot. And it is a corner lot. And to your point, Commissioner Goodwin, we allow a little more in Fourth Ward. So I'm in agreement with you there. Commissioners, what are your thoughts on the roof forms and the height increase?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm in agreement with option one and everything that's been said, so nothing different or new.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Anyone not in agreement with that? Anyone have a little heartburn over this?
I have a rebuttal to the hip dormers. I think we saw one or two examples from the applicant where they were showing a shed dormer with a return eave on the sides.
Could we look at that while we discuss it?
And in speaking to their desire to use the solar panels, just for the record, as far as the overall roof material, I just can't get around approving that. It's a completely different, while it may be darker and, they say it's not as reflective as it appears in some of the material. I think the overall texture, the size of the roof elements for the main roof, to me just wouldn't fly. Now, looking at the solar panels on the dormers and the upper roof sections that aren't as visible, I think having the shed roof would, I would imagine, probably help them in utilizing the solar material because it's,
Hidden
they're
away.
dealing with less cut pieces. So hopefully they can get a better solar gain out of that.
Okay.
And those roof forms aren't as visible, so I'd be okay with a shed roof. So option 2 and 3 for the roof form as well as material.
Okay. How do you feel about the finial and the turret?
I think it's fine.
Okay. All right. Other thoughts that haven't been shared? Commissioner Wojcik?
I think I agree with the solar panel roof material and that it does look different. I've just been staring at just that and trying to imagine what the asphalt shingle it looks like next to both of those while we've been having this discussion. And as much as I love the idea of solar energy, I just the texture of it's so different and the perception of it's gonna present so differently. So with that, I would say that the shed roof lines would be more appropriate so that they can utilize the, in areas that we can't see.
And so it's not a hard no to the solar. Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
Just asking in general.
I thought you lifted your hand, but yes, now I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I agree with the solar comments and I agree with the finial. I do feel like the turret, the change in the turret is to what Commissioner Goodwin said. It really improved the massing that I think we were struggling with and the roof form we were struggling with there. I think that it just has a great improvement. So I agree. And I also agree with the shed, what Commissioner Wojcik just said.
Okay.
That improves on the solar. If we're going to use the solar, I love the idea of using it.
Yeah.
Where it's not visible.
I think it's going to be exciting to try this particular type of solar when we've been used to the chunkier panels. So, okay, so it sounds like option 2 and 3 for the roof forms and yes to the Tesla solar on the shed dormers. Okay, so then let's move to, I hope someone's taking notes. Let's move to point 2. Provide window and door materials and specifications. So that has been done. There are some things that the applicants were proposing that they took off the table. Is there anything that's still sticking in your craw that you feel needs to be addressed with this point? Okay, so then we agree that they've addressed that. Or maybe not. Commissioner Barth.
The only reservations I have are to the decorative 2/3 light door with the simulated or leaded glass window. I mean, we've seen a pattern. I don't see a spec on that or any sort of additional information other than what it would look like in form.
I think that staff can, they can work with staff on that. The doors that they're talking about, I think 2 or 3 doors down, they have the exact same thing. So there's an example that they can pull from in their neighboring house that I'm sure Chrissy can help with.
I agree they can work with staff.
Okay, so, but we need to note that. Note, work with staff on specs for that. Okay. Anything else pertaining to point 2? All right. Tinted windows not allowed per standard 6.18, number 3, and 4.14, number 20, and Ryan's have been selling it. However, I think during discussion, we all understand that that's just not allowed with our standards. Anyone have a differing opinion, a dissenting view? All right, so we'll keep that. Point 4, provide stained glass details for all the doors. Point 4 is out of here because you're not doing that, okay? Point 5, specify the roof materials. Solar panels were not to be placed in highly visible areas. So we've started on that, having that conversation. Commissioner Hawkins?
I do want to challenge us a little bit about the solar piece because it's not solar panels. It's a solar roof. And you can't see the solar portion of it as just in the way that you can see a raised panel.
Right.
So it's a new material that we are dealing with. So I don't know if this falls under that alternative material or, alternative materials that we were kind of challenged to think about and see how we can incorporate going forward. But I think we just need to make sure we refer to it as what it is. They aren't proposing panels in this situation.
Okay, so solar, what would you call solar roof? Okay, solar roof. And so, thank you, because should we agree to let them use this in any way, shape, or form, We need to be able to address it properly, so should it come up in the future, we can make a distinction between the two. How do you feel about the solar roof being installed on the various parts of the roof? I think they have 3 different options. We've been discussing the fact that because of the texture and the glare, it's probably not going to work for us to have it completely sheeted with that. So that takes option 1 off the table. We still have option 2 with the Tesla on the shed, dormers and asphalt on the rest of the roof. Or option 3, what is it? The Tesla on the shed dormers and the synthetic slate on the rest, correct? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, so we have option 2 and option 3. How do you all feel about those options? What are your thoughts? Commissioner Walker? That's the synthetic slate, and we have allowed that.
I think that the client, the submitters request, put these as options based on what their requests are in terms of what they would prefer.
Sure.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know we don't take into costs, but I know that we do asphalt shingles all the time. Whereas the synthetic slate, I think, was kind of their third option. So I just don't want us to approve something when we don't really care. I just want to make sure.
If we don't
it's
hear them,
all up.
if we don't have a strong feeling about either, then in the past, we've left it up to them. Yes, Commissioner Taylor?
Just general question. This product has not been used before in front of this commission. So is this precedent setting, and what happens?
So the solar roofing has not,
That's
but the synthetic slate has.
right. The solar roofing is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, it would be precedent setting.
So, which on a 3, and I'm just generally speaking, on a 3-story building, it's a lot less visible. What happens when you have a 2-story residence that comes up and wants to use this product?
Well, yeah, so, so far, this discussion has been, as it relates to the solar roofing, that they would have to, much like solar paneling, be on less visible parts of the roof. So if, let's say, we had a 2-story building, the same would apply there. It would have to be on a less visible part of the roof in order for us to allow it. What thoughts?
Just, so this is clearly less visible on a shed roof. I agree on the dormers. Even though it is 3 stories up, I don't know how you hide it on a dormer compared to a shed roof. So I think it works here. Most people agree with that. I'm not sure anything short of this, it would be very difficult to.
Yeah, and then it wouldn't work. We wouldn't allow it. One of the things that I think has been beneficial is our visits with Brett Sturm with the State Historic Preservation Office. We talked about alternative materials, and one of the things he said is when something is so far out of view and out of reach, we as the public, we're not interfacing with it every day, then we don't have to be so purist about it. We can allow for the future to, we can allow ourselves to step into the future while still preserving the past. And so, yeah, it works here. It won't work for everything. And that's why we judge it on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. So thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Okay, so back to the roofing. We're saying that option 2 or 3, 6 of one, half dozen of another, they get to decide. Yes? Okay. So then let's go to number 6. Provide the thickness of siding materials, details and materials for window and door trim, details and materials for column and beam and beams and railings. So we have that. We are not really in agreement with the trim details. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Barth?
Well, as mentioned in the documents, I think the thickness of the siding was addressed to be hardy artisan, which complies with our standards for new construction. I think we need to at least delineate on the plans that any trim, whether it be around doors, windows, cornices, eaves, corner boards, columns, beams, railings, all that should be wood. There were a few elements that were indicated as wood. And then I'm more than comfortable with staff working with them on that.
Mhm. As long as the trim is wood. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone have a dissenting view on that? Okay. Sounds great. All right, let's move on. Rear elevation garage door needs to appear as two separate doors. Provide details and material for the exterior drapes that are shown in the elevations. They have done that, yes? All right. 8, provide the porch flooring specifications. They did, and that is not, what they provided is not what we accept or approve. They said that they were willing to do the 2 1/4. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. So, do we have a standard to lean on for that one? So there's porches, but I didn't see anything, any measurements referenced.
Be new construction.
Yeah.
For residential buildings.
Mm-hmm.
6.17.
And 6.17, which number?
3 and number 2.
Number 3 and number 2. Okay. And it is, you're leaning on
Number 5.
materials, ensure that the new porch design and materials are compatible with the overall architectural vocabulary style of the new building. So number 3, number 2, and number 5, Commissioner Barth?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. So moving on. Site features, provide dimensions and details for all hardscape features. Provide material specifications for the walkways, provide fencing details and materials. I'm going to add to that we should not be paving up to the foundation of the building, so we need to address that. What else do we need to call out on this particular point?
Was that just on that right side? Was that just on the right side elevation?
See, that's primarily where I saw it, but I think that it was in the,
There's the section on the back where the
Yeah.
garage doors are not, that would need to address as well.
Chrissy, will you go to the site plan so that we can? Yeah, so on the right side elevation and the back. Okay. Anything else we need to address for this point?
I have a few things.
Yes, Commissioner Barth.
The brick material, well, the brick color for the driveway paving, I haven't been given sufficient evidence to show that gray brick in a paving application has been used in the districts, at least that I could tell from the documents. I would also like to see the driveway to be slightly narrower, excuse me, from the sidewalk to the gate.
How narrow? This is our last day.
9 feet.
You need to be prescriptive.
I would say 9 feet.
Mhm.
And stating to some of the comments that the applicants made, I would feel that maneuverability would come into question after the gate. So this is why we're requesting, or I would be requesting a
Mhm.
narrower driveway section.
All right, let's pause there. Anyone disagree with that?
Just a-
Commissioner Hawkins?
Just a response to the brick and the gray brick. I think we mentioned them using carrot strips instead as an alternative to using the gray brick. Maybe we
Concrete.
can,
Mhm.
we can suggest that.
Concrete.
Concrete.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'd be open to that, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
One clarification on the narrowing of that driveway, Commissioner Barth, there's a flare, when you get out to the sidewalk. So we'd still allow that flare. So it would be 9 feet at the gate and then flared as shown on the plan. Good with you?
Whatever surface is out there, I'm just concerned about the amount of paved space that is occurring on the street facing areas. I mean, we have some I have many sidewalks, entry points. There's not much green space left over. So, the retaining walls, the gate could be as wide as it needs to be, but as far as the paved surface that is used to incorporate that driveway, just seems a little excessive to me.
So you could incorporate the flare within the sidewalk.
With a
Yeah.
pea gravel or something else, that's
Okay.
just not a paved
Okay.
surface.
It's pervious.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Can I go to my other
Yeah.
points?
Yeah.
I think we need to mention that the retaining walls and especially cheek walls on the porches need to be minimally impactful and follow the slope of the terrain. I think typically like a roll-lock course above the vertically the vertical surface, the vertical what am I trying to say? Like on stairs, a roll-lock course above the vertically transitioning surfaces. But they can work with staff on that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No.
That's why we're looking like this, but we're working
so-
together.
So the cheat,
Turn on your mic, Commissioner Walker.
Were you looking for the word riser?
Yeah, riser, well, we have a slope driveway here. This driveway's ramping up.
Mhm.
Instead of it being 4 feet tall, we don't have any specifications on it. So instead of it being 4 feet tall or, stepping like we saw in a previous application, I'd argue that those retaining walls as well as cheek walls on stairs coming from porches need to follow the slope of the vertically transitioning surface, whether it be risers on a stair or, yeah.
Can we see an example?
Yeah, we would have to, we'd have to be very clear with staff about what we're looking for.
So if you go to Commissioner Whitlock was just showing me one of the perspective images, maybe slide 23, Christie, if we could go there. So you see the cheek walls coming off of the stairs. Those are sloped. I would request that they work with staff to ensure that is the case. A roll-lock course above the riser, as well as the retaining walls on either side of the driveway would follow the slope of the driveway, a roll-lock course.
Christy, you're clear on what that means? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And so how would you? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oops, so only one row lock above the steps. And basically you're saying that the retaining wall needs to be as short as possible to function and that it needs to be capped with a brick row lock.
Correct, yes.
Can it
Sorry
be,
for the-
can it be capped with a concrete cap?
It could be whatever it's capped with, yes.
It needs
Just
to
as
be-
long as it follows the slope.
It needs to follow the slope. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Thanks, Christy. Okay. All right. Continue.
Let's see, I think that was it. Somebody already mentioned the paving up to the foundation.
Can we
That's it.
clarify exactly where that is on the rear elevation? I'm still not following it on the rear elevation.
For the
For the-
paving up to the foundation? We're talking about the right elevation going down the sidewalk that
Mhm.
goes to the back utility area. we would request that there be at least a 12-inch to 18-inch planting strip between the paving and the foundation wall.
What about here in the back, Chris? And that's where they're
I mean,
parking.
it's a parking space.
Yeah. What have we done in the past, Christy?
Gravel, pea gravel.
So, and it gets back to your point, Commissioner Barth, there's so much impervious space around this property. So any chance we can break that up, I think it would behoove us to do that. So,
I mean, and you definitely can't do it going into the garage doors.
Yeah.
But in these other spaces, you could.
okay.
Mhm.
All right. Whoever, Commissioner Goodwin, are you able to state that in a, I'm looking to you
Yes,
for a
I
motion,
believe
just
so.
saying.
I'm wondering where all the HVAC units though are though, if that could just remain brick pavers, if that's what they have there. And
Yeah.
not continue, because they've got equipment sitting on that. I mean, you could use pea gravel, put it on pea gravel. You could do that.
And I've seen them put equipment on like concrete and then pea gravel around it. There's lots of ways.
Little slabs, yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of options.
Okay.
And if you're okay with all these things that I've said,
Yeah.
then staff can work with them. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. What about the fence? Commissioner Walker brought up the fact that, typically it's 6 feet. In this one, it's is it 6'10"? And yeah, that's open space, so it probably won't feel as gigantic. But we would really need to be able to justify making an exception to our standards.
Will zoning even allow that? I mean, it's beyond us too.
Yeah.
It's a zoning issue. 6 feet is the allowable for fencing, correct?
I think zoning allows more. I think they allow 7 or 8 for some reason.
So I guess the buck has to really stop with us. And again, I don't know how we would, or why, quite frankly, we would make an exception.
I don't know about on street frontage. It being 7 or 8.
I don't know, Jill. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the easy thing to do really is to tell them 6 and redesign and work with staff.
Okay. All right, I agree with that. Anyone have a different opinion that you want to share? All right, sounds like we're on the same page with that. So are we good with 9? Have we discussed all the things, covered all the things that we need to with point 9?
If I may,
Please, yeah.
I suspect per zoning, and they might need to move it back to be 20. There's a rule that this has to be like 20 feet. So I think you should just, if you could, if you want to, let staff work out all fencing details on the project.
We are happy to pass that on.
Okay, awesome.
And we trust you, so thank you. All right, let's head on to 10. On the rear elevation, there are 2 windows on the upper story that are smaller in scale, double hung windows. The proportions aren't in keeping with the architectural style. Look at some other style of windows to keep with the vertical orientation as well. On the right elevation, there are 3 upper windows, same comment. Ryan's brought in precedent for it, for the windows as they are. The ones on the, I think it's right side elevation, the smaller ones that are towards the front of the house, I think that differs from what they presented to us as far as precedent, right? The other 2, they were kind of further back. So I think that those windows do need to be larger. What say you? Commissioner Bell?
I agree. It
Yeah.
doesn't feel, I understand the images that we saw, but in looking at the sizing, it feels very disconnected.
Right.
The design.
Yeah. And these, I think, are even more important because there is a building on this side of the elevation, and these are the windows you will see. So you won't see much of what's further back, but you will see these. So yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
I need to say this because those are their kitchen windows.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just make them bigger. Functionally, they would literally need to move the kitchen somewhere else and we would be starting all over again. Like this, so.
Yeah, what is your solution to that?
Well,
Could they block it from the inside like we've done in the past?
well, I was gonna say, I mean, they could do a panel element that presents the idea of a change in proportion. But yes, I mean, you can, and I actually did that in the historic district in Fourth Ward because we had a window that we had to deal with. You're right. I forgot about that. That was like 25 years ago.
Look at you, an expert on this topic.
Oh, I didn't think
And so helpful. Commissioner Barth.
They could get narrower too and stay the same height as well to change the proportion.
I've kind of, well, I don't know, from what you guys, everybody else is saying, it's not necessarily just the change in height. I think if it gets narrower,
The panes are going to get smaller, skinnier, right?
and then does it break up as much? I mean, the actual rhythm of that side elevation is good. It just seems to be the height that people are.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I feel like we're getting really close to designing. So I think we take the simplest path. And Commissioner Wojcik, will you restate for the record what you did in Fourth Ward to deal with a problem much like this one?
Well, we actually blacked out the bottom of the window and had the interior continue across. So from the exterior, it looked like a tall window, but on the interior, we had the ability to run cabinetry and countertop in front of it. And there was a little flange on the backside that kept anything from coming down into the window well.
Okay. Commissioner Barth, what do you think about that idea?
Well, I do want to say that was like 25 years ago, so I'm not sure if that Christie did say that, but that's still a solution.
We've done this in the past. yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Taylor.
I want to go on the record. I don't have a problem with those windows.
Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. Anyone else agree with Commissioner Taylor in that you don't have a problem with the windows? Commissioner Lineberger?
Actually, I don't either.
Well, then this is much ado about nothing. So let's keep moving. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Hitting the ground running. We love that. All right. So then we are moving on to, so how about what about the other windows? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik?
I do have a preference. I actually prefer the double hung
Mhm.
versus the smaller square with the star
Okay.
button.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's more, even though we do have the accent windows on the left side of the structure, I think that the double hung on the back and the right side are more appropriate for the overall.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
I actually agree with you. At first, I was okay with both options, but on a house of this architectural style, you usually see those decorative windows more on the street facing side. So I think that speaks to what you're saying, Commissioner Wojcik.
Commissioner Goodwin?
I don't know that I'm following what you're saying to make those double hung, those small windows double hung.
They gave us
Other
options.
I think originally we didn't like the double hung because they were so short in comparison to the other windows. And so they brought back a decorative accent window for us to consider. But when I'm comparing the two, I feel like the smaller double hung is more appropriate architecturally. Those little accent windows, you usually get one or two and they're kind of sporadic and
They're accents.
they're accents, yes.
That's not a double hung window though, is it?
Oh, the top one? Oh, I thought it was. I'm sorry.
There's an option too. I think it's further down in the presentation. Chris.
That is.
I'm sorry, I.
No, there's an option for double hung. You're right.
40
It's
something?
just not this.
The one that looks like a double hung was the one I thought was more proportionate. So was it a casement that was divided, it had 4 lights?
No, it was a double hung. It's their option 2 for the rear and side
Okay,
elevation.
okay.
They had I think they may have even elongated the double hungs.
Yeah.
There you go.
There, thank you.
So you
Yes.
like option 2, Windows slide HDC 025. Slide 47.
Okay.
That applies to the windows on the right elevation as well.
Yes.
Which is slide 45.
All right, perfect. Okay.
Get into something while we're talking about windows.
I hope you do.
And I think staff may have mentioned this too, but for the ganged windows, I think we need at least a 6-inch mole gap between the ganged windows to replicate windows with sash pocket or sash weight pockets.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. All right. I'll give Commissioner Goodwin a chance to catch up with his writing. And just make sure that we've thoroughly gone through point 10. Anything we're missing?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner
So
Bell?
the windows that the commission now doesn't have a problem with, just for clarity, had that, if there wasn't going to be a kitchen behind those windows, would we still not have an issue? And I'm okay if the answer is we would still be okay. But I'm always thinking ahead. So if someone comes before us in the future and we have a problem with the windows and there's not a kitchen behind those windows, are we thinking and noting everything that we need to be thinking and noting regarding these windows? Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. That's a great conversation to put forth. So, Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Taylor, what say you?
No, you go ahead.
I personally would not have a problem with it. I mean, I don't think every window needs to be identical in size on a facade. And they're rarely are they all identical. So
One of the things that we're saying though is that on these historic houses, the windows that are closer to the front of the house tend to be more substantial on the main floor. And so, yeah, they don't need to be identical, but those do need to, they're a bit of the star when it comes to windows on these buildings.
yeah, I just tend to be, but not always. I mean, I just think I personally don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
It looks appropriate to me.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Wojcik?
I'm going to reiterate that. I think that there is actually, it is actually very common for it to transition and for the windows on the side, specifically in Georgian style. I know that's not what we're talking about, but there are a lot of architectural styles that are inconsistent from the front to the sides.
What about this style?
No, I do. I mean, I know, I do agree. I mean, most of those houses that they sent us pictures of, whether or not it was window, context, orientation, like all of those had different sizes.
Windows.
That wasn't necessarily what they were pointing them out to us for, but they did. None of them were turning the corner, and everything that was on the front was also on the side.
Commissioner Lineberger, you also said that you didn't have a problem with it. Will you articulate your thoughts and join the debate?
I agree. I believe that they had some good examples and did their due diligence of showing us examples in the neighborhood that there's the variation exists.
Okay.
I know you're talking about turning the
So-
corner from the front to that first set of windows, and that wasn't the example that they actually showed us, but
Yeah.
in the other examples of the architecture overall in the neighborhood,
Mhm.
it is this is consistent.
Turning the corner and having smaller windows. Is there something, could we go to an example of that? Just so that we have something to look at while we talk?
And I just
Commissioner
wanna be
Bell?
Clear, I'm not arguing whether or not we should leave it or we're okay with it. I just want to make sure we're documenting as we move forward so that when we have future cases, we're being consistent with our.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because we see all the time that we don't pay attention to what it costs and we don't pay attention to the floor plan. It's helpful for us to understand, but that's not within our purview. So to have this conversation on record, I think is helpful. So thank you for bringing it up.
My little printouts here that I made, and actually none of them show the corners, so I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I tend to defer to the architects, designers, and builders when it comes to this sort of thing. So, all right. So number 11, the stone path. They took that off the table, so we can nix that. Before we start putting together a motion, I just want a quick round robin on the windows, because I can't let it go. All right, so the windows, the first set of windows, when you turn the corner, quite frankly, the only windows you're probably gonna see that well on the right elevation. Should they be larger, or are they good to be the same? Commissioner Lineberger has already stated that she's good with them as they are. Commissioner Walker, good with them as they are. Commissioner Wojcik, good. Commissioner Taylor, good. Commissioner Goodwin, good. Good. Commissioner Hawkins?
I would like the first floor to be larger, but I'm okay. It's not,
Yeah, you don't have to throw the whole thing out with it. Okay, Commissioner Barth, good. Commissioner Whitlock, Commissioner Wheat, Commissioner Bell?
And again, I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear about the decision making. That's all.
I want them to be larger, but I think that I'm gonna follow you guys. Yeah.
If I can throw a little bit of background here, which may or may not help. Well, for one example, 601 North Poplar Street has a varying group of sized windows turning the corner.
Is that one of the documents we can put up there? What slide?
Slide 11, I believe. And I mean, those aren't tiny windows. I mean, we've seen windows in kitchens that are squatty and short, and they're frankly not that. And I don't know if there's something to be said for this being a multi-tenant building. The orientation isn't exactly the same as a single family house where the living spaces traditionally are in the front. So
Yeah, okay.
there's something to be said for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. All right, I love it when we work as a team. So, speaking of, it sounds like we're ready for a motion. Commissioner Goodwin? Afterwards.
Okay.
Only after.
Right, I'll float a motion.
Okay.
I've taken a few notes, so bear with me, please. I make a motion to approve this application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, with the following conditions. With regard to the roof forms, use option 1 with the raised turret design. With regard to the window and door specifications, use wood doors. Use option 2 or 3 with regard to the windows with aluminum clad wood windows with clear glazing. And work with the staff on the 2/3 light door, 2/3 light doors with leaded glass. On the roof materials, that would be option 2 or 3 with the the Tesla solar tiles in less visible locations as shown on the plans, options 2 or 3, with either black asphalt shingles in the more visible locations or black Da Vinci synthetic slate in the more visible locations. With regard to details for siding, window and door trim, columns, beams, and railing, use wood for the columns and rails. Use wood for window and door trim, beams, corner boards, pilasters, ensuring that all trim boards stand proud of the siding by at least 1/4 inch, and that hardy artisan siding would be used. With regard to the porch flooring, use wood tongue and groove boards laid perpendicular to the house, 2 1/4 inches wide. Work with staff on that. And then with regard to hardscaping, use red brick for the walkways, which is option 1. And work with staff to extend the planting area next to the foundation on the right elevation and the rear elevation. Make the carriage tracks and the accented parking areas out of concrete as opposed to gray brick. Narrow the driveway between the sidewalk and the gate to 9 feet. On the retaining and cheek walls, work with staff to ensure the row lock is 1 course above the steps, and keep any retaining walls no more than 1 course higher than the adjacent grade. Work with staff to ensure the gate and fencing are compliant. And on the windows, the small windows on the right and rear elevation to be option 2, double hung windows. And also with regard to the windows, any ganged windows need to have 6-inch mullions. And that concludes my motion.
That was an incredible motion, Commissioner Goodwin. Thank you, sir. Any motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion?
Probably add.
Some standards. Commissioner Lineberger?
I just wanted to clarify one thing on the roof, and this just might be something mislabeled on the drawing, but if you look at the roof plan on option 2, there is a note.
What slide is that, Commissioner Lineberger?
It's 48.
Okay.
If you look at the note, there's a note that the front gable is Tesla solar roof panels. And that's the only place that that's noted. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear, that our understanding is that for option 2, that we're approving asphalting the slate or the simulated slate on all of the roof areas except for the areas indicated that are the black metal, the Tesla black metal roofing.
So I think Commissioner Goodwin said that on the shed sections, right, that, why don't you say what you said?
I just referenced the plan
Mhm.
per this option, and that's showing where the Tesla solar panels go is on that particular option.
So then, to Commissioner Lineberger's point, we need to be extra prudent and call it out that we're allowing the Tesla solar roofing, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, to be put on the shed roof sections and dormers, and everything else can be asphalt shingles or simulated slate. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. All right, any further discussion? Any more things that we need to call out or things we missed?
Just want to add the standards.
Yep. Call them out, Commissioner Hawkins.
So for the less visible roofing, or for, I guess, the solar piece is 6.5, number 5. For the porch flooring, 6.17, number 2, 3, and 5. Did we talk about the paving up to the foundation? Okay, that's 8.2, number 8. And there are others, I just didn't write them down. So if anybody else
Okay,
has fencing
sure.
involved.
Yeah, so let's see here.
Also had number 4 and number 5 for the widths of the drive and the use of the poured concrete strips, which was also a.
Which standard?
8.2, number 4 and number 5 for the concrete strips and the width of the driveway.
We'll find fencing in 8 also, chapter 8. Let's see.
To add to for the solar tiles, 6.13, number 6.
Okay, number for fences, 8.6, number 4. Number 5. Okay. What are we missing? What do we need? What sections is probably going to be in chapter 6?
We did windows and doors, right? And trim.
We need to cite the standard.
Trim is 6.14, which specifies wood. And I have windows 6.15, number 5 for windows, and 6.15, number 3 for doors.
Hey, question. I don't even know if we need to address this, but there's still some of the foundation from the old building left on the lot that is not close to being red brick. So I'm imagining that they might just demolish the foundation. I just want to make sure that there's no painted brick.
I think we could reference something in materials for brick. I believe that it says something about consistent color. And in masonry. Well, the problem is that we actually don't want to keep what's there. We want to replace what's there.
They were going to keep what was there, what's
Well,
there now.
The CMU block. they
Oh,
were going to keep.
yeah.
The brick itself, they said that they would replace it with the traditional brick color. So the existing veneer would be removed and a new veneer would be applied to it, but the CMU is the structure.
Okay.
Which is what would stay.
Okay.
And you
So-
can just specify that then.
Okay.
Just specify that in your motion. Yep.
Yeah, and there was also, I think originally there was thin brick specified, and the applicant changed that to
Yeah,
regular brick.
3 times ago. Yes.
Okay. Do you have all the standards you need, Commissioner Goodwin? Or are you missing anything? You believe you're missing something, or you believe you have what you need? Okay. All right.
And if I just said reference chapter 6, that would be sufficient.
Yeah,
I guess-
we like to make our attorneys happy, so. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. All right. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
My stomach's voting too. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. The motion passes 11-0. Congratulations, Ryans.
Madam Chair, I've already announced that we are taking a 10-minute break.
Oh, that's
And
lovely.
then
Yeah.
we'll resume with
All right.
number 8.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Uh-huh.
Yes, this is true.
I'm not a loud talker.
Welcome back, everybody. I think we have a commissioner in the room getting coffee, but while we're doing that, we are going to swear in everyone else who has joined us since then.
All right, if you'll all raise your right hands and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Okay. Phil, I'll bring it to you. Okay, thanks. Okay, the next application is 1701 The Plaza. It's for an addition and front porch changes, and you'll recall a couple months ago, this was here as a workshop item. And there are pictures of the existing conditions, surrounding context. And then I'm going to start out on slide 7, which shows the location of the house. It's on the plaza in the corner of Kensington. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Jessica Heinman, 720 East Tremont Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for hearing us today. I do not know if the homeowners are with us online.
Okay.
Is there a way for Candace to ask?
I will coordinate with Candace and let you know.
And I will get started. So some of you will remember this project. We were fortunate to be invited to the workshop in January. Thank you for that. We're really grateful for that. This is a small post-war cottage on the plaza. It's incredibly beautiful. The program of the project is modest, but the house is small enough that it's a complicated project, and it's a corner lot, of course. So this is a historic picturesque cottage on the plaza. We primarily are trying to minimize the impact, the visual impact to the exterior street faces of the structure as viewed from the pedestrian right-of-way. We're looking to create a sense of wayfinding and entry on the plaza front elevation and resolve some lighting issues there for safety considerations. We're looking to preserve a historic side porch and a patio on the interior lot line. And the fundamental scope of the project is to add a family room and a parent's suite. So the cottage is a 1936 cottage. It's in mostly original condition. You can see it on your laptops, and I'll have Christy go back if she has the chance. It has some eclectic influences, which makes this a pretty interesting house. There's multiple stylistic influences, which in our office we call the master builder signature on these historic structures. It's a 6-room house, like many of these houses are in the historic districts, and many of them are plan book houses. And it appears that the builder, took some liberty with some craftsman elements. These window light configurations are craftsman. The exposed rafter tails and the shed roof box bays on the sides, but also some picturesque cottage elements in the asymmetric front massing, some of these pure geometries and the curved elements. There's also interior details in pure geometries, the chimney that's anchored on the front facade, a variety of roof pitches and irregular roof lines, and a pattern of shallow rakes and deep eaves. The 5 original interior rooms are intact, and there's a really beautiful curved interior hallway that has become really well known in the Plaza Midwood district, as this home has been on the Plaza Midwood home tour many times. All historic windows are intact, and the unique site and context conditions are, we're a corner lot in the plaza, but on the plaza, the cross streets tend to have extremely wide right-of-ways. Not all of them have been developed with curb and gutter and plant strip and sidewalks. And so we tend to have these incredibly broad sweeps and width between the homes on the cross streets. So in the January workshop, our primary goal was to look at 3 different schemes to determine a plausible direction for this project. And thank you very much for the consideration in that workshop. We're really happy to have landed on that. And in addition to have received really valuable, if perhaps daunting feedback. So what we're looking at ultimately is a modest increase in the ridge height in order to retain a rather compact footprint that's contextual in this area, and to minimize the impact, the visual impact to the street-facing elevations. In the January workshop, just to summarize as concisely as possible, we looked at going straight back on one story, and that was considered not viable in discussion because the footprint overwhelmed the original historic structure and the surrounding context. And we looked at like a peek over on the historic ridge that was also considered out of step with the rhythm and simplicity of the historic structure and context. The other feedback we received, which was that if we were to pursue a modest increase in the ridge height, that using the interior side lot setback area that was available to us while it is deep would not be permitted to us, no matter how far it was, because it would still be interpreted as going both up and out, whether it was perceptible from the pedestrian right-of-way or not. So, after much consideration, I'm really pleased to say that we've made some adjustments to the workshop proposal. We are still looking at this modest height increase to preserve the edges of the historic ridge and gables. Do we have pointers anymore or no? We don't.
No, because
Okay.
it's all online. Where would
Okay.
you like me, are you fine with slide 11?
I'm fine with slide 11. So actually, you know, the Zoutwell, that one, yes, the one after it or before it, this one. So we're looking at a modest increase in the height, and we're looking at preserving both edges of the historic ridge and the side gables on both sides. If you can go to the other Zoutwell. In doing that, we're looking at a cross ridge towards the back, stepping back the new gable edges away from the historic heated enclosure, adding some pent eaves along the edge of that, which speaks to a HIP language that I don't necessarily think is a defining characteristic of the historic structure, but there was some question in the workshop about retaining some of that language in the interpretation of the addition. And that HIP, because we're using pent eaves, comes around the back corner, consistent with the historic Kensington back corner. A major change that we've made is now the porch that we are adding on the Kensington side. In our original proposal, we had it set forward of the historic corner, and we were preserving the historic rear wall. We're now setting that back from the historic corner and preserving the rear wall. Staff had a really meaningful conversation with us about creating a narrative that gives cues to future development of the historic structure and ensuring that should there be future applications on this house at any point down the line, that the historic corners would be handled in a way such that they couldn't be covered up in the future. That was the conversation. And so now the porch is pushed back from the historic corner and the pent eave comes across. We've eliminated any use of the other side yard so that we are not wider. And in doing so, we are able to preserve a historic side porch off of the kitchen there and a side patio that exists on that side. Our bedroom addition steps back 18 feet from the thermal wall, so it is 50 feet off of the right-of-way. Because we can't go wider, it's gotten slightly longer. We're still far below the threshold for rear yard use, for the 50% rear yard use. We're aligning with all of the lines on the side property line now, and we're 50 feet off of the Kensington right-of-way. If you can zoom out on the site plan to the three little images on the side, the scale reducing factors and strategies that we are using are borrowed from the historic home. So we're borrowing these shed box bays, layered eaves, the hipped corner, and these pure geometries that are showing up in the historic home in order to be deferential to the historic structure. We are referencing a series of precedents of recently approved projects and projects approved under the same guideline standards and conditions for both the minimal ridge height increase with minimal impact, visual impact to the pedestrian right-of-way, and for a trellis at the front of a modest structure. So in an effort to be concise, we do these audits that is at the end of the presentation in our office, and Christy and I looked at it, and she encouraged me to include it, and I'll just highlight some of the pieces of it, but this is something we do for every project. And so I'm just going to kind of fast forward to what we consider to be the driving standards out of respect for time. In the federal standards, our driving standard for this project is what I call the do no harm standard. So, so the historic structure remains fully recognizable. The historic ridge, we're preserving the edges and the gable walls. The historic rear corners are preserved because we're set in on both sides. The historic rear wall is maintained across the open rear porch. And the independent trellis at the front is, it doesn't tie into the historic wall. It's an independent structure. The Zoutwell exhibits, you don't have to go back to them, it's totally okay, address many of the standards, setback spacing, context, footprint. So if I fast forward to massing as a driving standard, in the roof form, we're looking at receding roof planes wherever we can to minimize the visual impact, matching the dominant roof pitches on the street faces, tying in our new ridge below the ridge extension, having shed dormers on the street faces that are as small as possible to remain proportional and contextual. That the addition at the pedestrian right-of-way be limited to the open porch so that the reading of the historic cottage is very clear. We're looking at a cottage-style fireplace. We're looking at adding these pent eaves, the hip corners. We're pushing the bedroom addition as far as we possibly can off the Kensington right-of-way. And we're reproducing the shed roof box bays as a scale-reducing element. For us, the other driving standard is roof form and materials, and we've really made every effort to create the simplest possible roof form with minimal visual impact to the pedestrian right-of-ways. Again, we've already touched on how we're treating the historic ridge edges. We've got bedrooms that are tucked far into the roof. The challenge on this project is limited wall space for emergency egress windows, and so we're tucking those out of view of the pedestrian right-of-way. We're making every effort to recede planes towards the pedestrian right-of-way. And then we're matching details, the exposed rafter tails, the unpainted brick chimneys, and such. As far as porches go, the context of the plaza is loaded with porches, and the homeowners here would really like that sense of orientation, and we do need to resolve some safety issues with the approach to this home. And so we're looking at the guideline in 4.8 and 6.17, and providing this independent trellis that does not tie into the historic structure so that it is fully reversible and it's contextual. And the precedents we're looking at are 409 Rensselaer, 1927 The Plaza, and 808 Woodruff Place. And I think we have some photos of those above this, what we call the audit. Yes, it's that one. And these are some images of 409 Rensselaer and 1927 The Plaza. 1927 The Plaza, at the time that I submitted this, was still under construction. And so you can see these are modest homes that are looking for some sense of orientation and arrival at the entry in districts that have a lot of porches. 808 Woodruff Place has not been constructed yet, so we can't show you photos of that one. And then the other driving standard we're looking at is additions. So we've kind of broken this down into pieces. In terms of the roof, we're trying to make it as simple as possible, have receding planes toward the pedestrian right-of-way, match pitches, and keep the pedestrian visible dormers, limit them to small shed dormers that mimic the box bay detailing. Let's see here. We already talked about the porch. We already talked about the existing chimney to remain and the new chimney to be unpainted brick. And the precedents we're looking at are 329 West Park Avenue, 624 East Kingston, and 712 East Tremont. This one at 329 West Park may be the most similar. You can see it's got a ridge height increase. The old documents I could find were had some conflicts in the actual number. I think it's actually larger than our ridge height increase, but it's got a small ridge height increase that rides up on the original pitch. It's got a small shed dormer, and it's got this pent eave gable in the back. That pent eave gable was actually, it was a previous addition, so it's not historic, but it was a previous addition. So if you can imagine it stepping slightly back, that would be us. The Polaris roof form on that one was pretty grainy, so I don't know how helpful it is, but if you look kind of closely, you can see how that one was laid out in a similar manner. This one is 624 East Kingston Avenue, which we recently completed. A lot of the same principles, trying to to minimize the visual impact from the pedestrian right of way. And 612, with a simple roof form. And 612 East Tremont is one, 712 East Tremont is one we did ages ago, maybe 2 slides up. But still under the same relevant standards. And you can see that one, again, rode the ridge up slightly. It's less than appears in that image because that was a side porch that is actually set forward and is a separate roof form. So you can kind of see it better on this right image. The amount it rode up, we have added a small gable dormer in that case. And again, the additions all align with the historic lines on the sides. The last thing I'll say is that there's obviously a lot more information, and we'll go through the elevations in a second. But on a personal note, this is the 3rd homeowner for this property that has reached out to me for a consultation. And as you can obviously guess, the previous homeowners, after having discussions that are rooted in really realistic expectations about working within the historic districts, decided to sell and move. And so for the last 15 years, I've been really worried about this house. It's been really a privilege to work with homeowners that are so committed to the values that are set forth in the historic district standards, and who really believe that they can stay in this neighborhood, and that this house can grow with them in a really modest way that preserves the character of the district. So as far as the elevations go, obviously, this is the front. The 3rd image on the street facing elevations is what we call a 1-point perspective, where we actually put in this perspective line so that you can see so that it doesn't have the misleading aspect that flattened out elevations can have. Same with the other side elevation, which is slide 12 there. So that addition is actually 50 feet off of the Kensington right of way, and you can see what happens when we push it way back. There's a small exhibit somewhere in there that has dimensions on the front porch that was requested last month. We just didn't get to it last month, so it's not in the staff notes this time. We added it to the application, but these are the dimensions on the front porch that were requested. And this time, the staff notes ask for the height of the pier that Christy is pointing to here. And our intention is that there's a section of chapter 8 that talks about the history of lanterns on the front of these historic cottages, and has some photos of the lanterns on the front of the historic cottages. So our intention is to do something a little different here. You can see that there's a lot that's happening by the front door, that the fascia and the trim board on the door lap each other. We're just trying to create a safe lighting condition and stairs that are consistent in riser and tread height. And tread and riser height. And so we're looking at just adding a small pier that's aligned with the existing window that is 4 inches above the existing patio, which the existing condition of the patio is that it's, based on where you measure in the mulch, it's like 16 or 18 inches there. And we just want to be barely above it so the condition is safe, and we're holding it off of the existing patio by about 8 inches. And really just trying to get enough lighting there to safely navigate that front walk-in porch at the front of the house. The porch is really shallow there at the front of the house too. The other staff note was about the French doors back at the addition being wood, which is our intention. So that's great. And about a brick sample, which we don't have a contractor on this project, and we won't do that until after we receive some guidance from the HDC. So we'd love to take care of that at the staff level, the brick sample and the window specification. Right now, we're specifying Jeld-Wen or Colby.
All right. Thank you, Jessica Hindman.
Sure.
Appreciate your thorough presentation. Christy, Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
I don't believe we have anyone in addition to the property owners who have joined us, Emily and Matt.
Do they want to speak?
I'm not sure. Hi, Emily. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is Matt Corey. My wife's actually picking up our kids from daycare right now, so I don't think
okay.
she's gonna be able to join, but she's listening in.
Matt,
But
have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, let's do that first.
All right, Matt, if you'll raise your right hand and to respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. We wanted to open it up for you to add comments if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, look, as far as the standards go, we obviously defer all that to Jessica and her expertise. But just, emotionally, just about the property. Emily and I moved in. We bought the property a few months after we were married in 2017. So we've been here almost 6 years, and we started our family here. We have two young girls, a 1 and 3-year-old, and we've just fallen in love with a lot of land. And we've gotten to the point where, unfortunately, we've outgrown the house along with our 100-pound dog. And we've gotten to a point where we really don't want to leave this lot. So we're doing everything in our power to make the structure feasible for our family to live in and grow in. And we just really appreciate you guys listening to us. And like I said, we defer entirely to Jessica regarding the approval process.
All right, thank you so much. 2 kids and a dog can help you outgrow your house quickly. So we're hoping that we can make this work for you all. So commissioners, questions for Jessica?
Jessica, could you repeat for me how tall the pier is gonna be? I know you mentioned it's gonna be 4 inches above the patio. How tall is the patio again?
That corner of the patio, depending on where you are in the mulch, is between like 16 and 19 inches. So that pier is going to be right around, I don't know, 20, 22, 23 inches.
Okay. That's all I had, but thank you for the very thorough documentation, particularly of the precedents for the ridge height adjustments. I wish more folks would, bring forward information in this way. So hopefully others will take note. So thank you.
All right. Commissioner Barth?
As Commissioner Hawkins mentioned, thank you for the thorough presentation. Your projects are beautiful as always. I wanted to bring up a few things that I mentioned, I believe in the workshop actually. The addition seems to be eliminating a lot of the existing roof line. From what I'm looking at least 50% of the back part of the house, or the complete back part of the house, 50% of the house overall. Can you speak to that and speak to how that would apply to our standards, as you will know, and how we would make an exception for that?
So in my experience, I wouldn't consider it an exception. Actually, I think the guidelines, the standards, really speak to the roof massing as interpreted from the pedestrian right of way. And granted, this is a corner lot and we are replacing the back roof on it. But as a matter of consistency, I think that most projects that come before the historic district of some scale, particularly infill lots, they have to reconfigure the roof behind the historic primary ridge line to create the space and to meet structural codes. Because the fact is, when we're looking at most of these projects, the ceiling, attic joists and the historic roof joists are historically undersized and overspanned And so in most projects behind the historic ridge line, we're looking at rebuilding the roofs. And in the precedents that we showed, Christy, if you can go to some of those. I'm grateful that you brought this up during the workshop. Thank you for that, because I knew you would ask. I think it's important to note that that has happened. So this one that we're looking at, this side here, some of you will remember this project. This one actually, can I step away from the microphone? Is that problematic? I can do it. So this one actually, this is the historic edge and they preserved it, but they couldn't get the height they needed. And so they actually have a hinge here in the roof, so it bends up. And then if you, I don't have a photo of it, but if you're further down this side street, which is Wickford, is that right? And you look back, it also hinges back here. So we have roof planes that in an effort to preserve the historic roof actually bend in several locations. And we have the ability on this project to actually match the dominant roof pitches on the pedestrian street elevations and hook into the structure in a manner that's historically accurate by tying into the top plate instead of the subfloor above, so that the eaves have the right relationship with the windows across the house if we rebuild it. That would be my answer. And then in the other precedents, if you can go to the other precedents, that's what's happened too, that we've retained everything up to the historic ridge and rebuilt behind the historic ridge. This one on Kingston is obviously an interesting one because that was a 2.5-story box with a flat roof on it. And then this one, if you go to the roof image, you can see it kept everything to the historic ridge, everything behind it is new. But also, if you go to the ones with the trellises, I mean, these are even more extreme. If you can scroll down, this one on Rensselaer, I mean, 3/4 of that house is coplanar with the thermal wall and flat roofed, and it's not visible from the street. So I think as a matter of consistency, we allow this often behind the historic ridge.
Okay, so in speaking to your application for this property, can you outline what of the historic structure is being maintained versus reconstructed or added to?
Yeah. So everything in the front up to the historic ridge is maintained, and I'll carry this again. So the entire historic structure on the main level is maintained. The roof structure all through here is maintained. We would sister in across the front so that we don't get a hinge effect, because you can sometimes see that when that happens, when it's scabbed on. And then this is new roof structure, but aligning with the historic fascia lines and matching the historic eave depths all the way through. So, for example, when we turn back to preserve the historic corner, the eave depth gets a hair deeper, but it aligns all the way through. It turns the corner and matches when it turns. So we're trying to preserve these historic corners and meet some of these ins and outs with scale reducing strategies, but keep the defining lines and the defining characteristics really consistent throughout.
So we're looking at on the two-dimensional elevation of this side view, where that corner board is between the arched porch opening, that's the historic rear or historic corner.
That's correct. Yeah, that's the historic corner. We're stepping back from it.
Okay. That's helpful to know. Thank you.
And the little piece on the back that's being demoed on the top piece here, this is one, I probably should have said this. We refer to this as the Plaza Midwood Special. It was something that happened a lot in the 90s, and it's the same bathroom. I can see like people nodding because they've seen it before too. It's the same bathroom that's put on the back of almost every 6-bedroom house in Plaza Midwood. I think someone just like went down the street knocking on the doors, and it's from the 90s.
Great. And then of the front stoop, can you elaborate a little more on what you're adding to the front stoop?
Yeah, I should start by saying our intentions with the front stoop are they're just not deal breakers for us. So if the commission deems that they need to change, I think that we're open to that. What we're trying to do is create a sense of arrival on the plaza that's consistent with the plaza and consistent with the way it's been handled on the plaza. And so this trellis is currently under construction a block and a half down in the 1900 block, right? And what we're adding is an independent trellis. The height and the scale is driven by the existing proportions on the historic side porch and by clearing the existing eave line here, this asymmetric roof eave line, and by clearing the existing eave line here because those are historic and we're preserving them and we don't want to touch them. We need to create entry lighting and stairs that are safe. And so we're working with the model that's in Chapter 8 of these lanterns at historic cottages, right? And our standards call those out specifically as a pattern in our districts on the historic cottages. And so we're adding this little pier. It's pushed off the edge of the historic patio. It's a hair taller than the historic patio. And it's got, you know, a post lantern on it that's low, that'll provide wayfinding lighting to the stairs. And the stairs are just, you know, the minimal brick stairs that we can provide that are unpainted red brick that to match the house. But to meet code and be safer.
Okay. Yeah, I was mostly asking for, I think the trellis is fine. We've seen precedent for how we have approved projects in the past. My comment mostly was to the brickwork and the hard elements, or the low elements rather. And as you can kind of tell from the pictures, I think you're trying to remedy the riser pattern.
Yes, that's correct.
It's
Yes.
a little unsafe.
Yeah, all three are different.
So that's your reasoning there. The one thing I get hung up on a little bit is the lantern. I see the difficulty. There's not much space around the front door to providing safety lighting. So have you seen, you know, I know we've seen examples of lamps on pier, or, you know, lamps on brick piers sort of out by sidewalks and things like that in Dilworth. Have you seen any examples of that here in this district?
I think we were actually, I don't know that I've done that exploration on a case-by-case basis through Plaza Midwood. We were trying to work with the lighting standards set forth in our standards document, and in making the lantern lower, that was an effort to have less visual impact, to get the wayfinding and safety lighting without the visual impact of a post lantern.
All right, our chair is showing me some examples in our guidelines that are similar to that. So I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions, commissioners, or comments? Points of conversation? I see some people digging through their standards. Don't want to call on anyone unless they raise their hand. Okay, so going once, going twice. Jessica, anything you want to say before we close?
I mean, I think I've mostly covered it. It's a long application and I wanted to respect everyone's time. So if questions arise during deliberation, I would love the opportunity to answer them. I probably could, you know, we've been working on this project for over a year. I could talk about it for the next several hours, but none of you would appreciate that.
I don't think we need that. But thank you. Thank you for being so thorough. All right, so we will close now for deliberation. Commissioners, you know, I think I said earlier that it pays to study our standards because then you can speak to them. And usually when we ask for precedents for something that the architect, builder, homeowner is doing, they have to bring that back. We have that now. So what's giving you any issues you have with this that's not jiving with what our standards are saying? Chris, Commissioner Barth, I will come to you first because you had some insightful questions to ask. Would you get us started in some healthy conversation / debate?
This is so hard because I think the addition as proposed fits architecturally with the house wonderfully. I completely sympathize as an owner of a small house myself. I sympathize with the homeowners and the applicants' challenge to adding square footage and making it livable for the occupants, given the space that they have. For me, this gets, my biggest struggle with this application is, I guess, 6.20, number 2, limit the size of the addition so it doesn't overpower the existing building. Number 3, attach additions or alterations so they can be removed. I think the orientation in directional expression is in keeping with the original style, so I don't have any issues with that. Number 5, maintain the existing roof pitch, roof lines for new additions to be secondary to those of the.
Chris, can you use your microphone and maybe? Yeah.
Number 5, maintain existing roof pitches, roof lines for additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. The rest, I guess I'm fine with. So that's my main concern. I mean, you just hate to see this because it's such a beautiful addition and there's such a struggle for both the applicant and the homeowners. So it's I have a huge dilemma.
Yeah.
On that.
Yeah. Commissioner Hawkins.
I guess the question for you, in what way, Commissioner Barth, in what way do you feel the addition goes not only against the standards, but against the precedents that was set with the examples that were provided? Because that's where I struggle. I mean, I couldn't use this one case as, well, we don't allow for the ridge height to be raised when we kind of did. Quite a few times. So that part, and then, I totally do understand the part about like rebuilding the roof and the part of the roof that's, part of the addition. But I don't know.
Well, if the guidelines say that the ridge line, that the ridge line as viewed from the public right of way should not be raised, and this is raised, I think it's 15%, a raise of 15% if my back of the hand math is correct. That's fine as long as we're okay with that guideline being changed, because a 15% increase that's a substantial increase. I wouldn't consider that minimum.
I know, Commissioner Walker, what do you say to, I'm looking for the guideline, but what do you say to the point that Commissioner Hawkins brought up, which is not only have we allowed this, we do allow this. So how is this one different?
Well, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but then it's time to revisit that guideline, because if we're going to keep violating it as we have been and been shown precedent for, then that guideline does need to be changed.
Okay, I'm just going to caution everyone, we can't have policy discussions during the meeting. So if we need to discuss policy changes, we can do that at a workshop or a retreat.
Here's what I was looking for. Because we have had this conversation at a workshop and we have had this conversation at a retreat. And this is one of the things that came from it, this guideline, 6.20, number 5. Maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure. Typically, the original roof is visible from the public right-of-way, should not be raised. We added that typically to give ourselves some wiggle room. I remember when we put that in there. And so I do want to make sure that we are working from a level playing field. And there's precedents here that shown that we've used that typically quite a few times. And I'm thinking out loud. I would say that we look at cases holistically, and some of the other things that we pay attention to is the compatibility. Can you see the original historic house even with the addition? And there have been a number of devices that have been used so that we do, you know, stepping in the addition, setting it, you know, back further. Well, so yeah, those are a couple of things that have been used. And I think that we've said yes to additions that went up in ridge height that were not nearly as compatible. So I agree with you, Commissioner Walker. It is, it's a little tough because how do we decide how high we'll let something go and if we'll let it go higher as opposed to the next one, which we won't. Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik. Oh, it looks like
Do you want to?
let's get Commissioner Wojcik's comment and then we'll open up for the applicant to speak. Okay, but
Well, and I think you said what I want to say is they utilize the other elements in the design that meet the guidelines. So as an overall design, there is integrity and compatibility in stylistic design details that connect it with the existing house. It's not too big, it's not too wide, it's not too this, it's not too that. And when you bring those things together, even though we typically don't allow them to raise it, when those other elements come into play with it, that's what makes the difference between this project and another project.
thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. We do look at projects holistically. We don't just take them point by point or piece by piece. Commissioner Goodwin, and then we'll open up. Okay.
Yeah, speaking of taking it holistically, I think that the fact that the ridge, the original ridge, is still preserved on each end, so you can still see the original ridge line. And then also the fact that the slope of this roof is, I think it's an 8 and 12, which means that the roof is receding pretty quickly at a relatively low slope. So I just wanted to mention those two factors.
All right, thank you. We will reopen so that Jessica Hyman can speak. Jessica?
Thank you so much. The standard that we're referencing for the ridge is actually 4.5 in the preamble, where it says simple roof forms of one-story structures may accommodate a slight increase while retaining the original forms. Older architectural styles with complex roof forms typically do not accommodate an increase.
Wait, well, Jessica, will you not
Yeah, you
speak
like
up and out?
Oh, I'm so
up,
sorry.
out,
Yeah.
and slow.
It's the preamble on 4.5. And sorry, in my audit, I've got dots, and so I'll actually refer to it. But when we did this guideline change, standard change many years ago, there was a lot of rigorous discussion about ridge height increases because
I'll read it.
There's so much
Increasing the roof height is not appropriate for most historic structures. However, simple roof forms of one-story structures may accommodate a slight increase while retaining the original form.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
This is a small cottage, American small house. And so this is an approach that we take quite frequently in Wilmore. And as a matter of fact, have used as an example on how to do additions to these small little houses. You know, the one I can think of is at the corner of, is it Merriman and West Kingston? Seth Sowash's house is at 1761 Merriman. So, you know, just because it's not on a street of small houses, but on a street of a variety, you know, I do think you should probably consider the architecture itself when you're
Mhm.
looking at additions.
And the house that's beside this one, the left to the other side of the left elevation is sizable. It's pretty, I mean, it could take the increase that the neighbor is giving it.
We're nowhere near the tallest or the widest in this context. There's a great variety of styles and
Mm.
heights and widths in this context. But Christy, thank you for saying that. And before you close, I will say this is a typology that we have had very few answers for, and we have consistently looked at this direction for it.
Yeah. Okay, we will reclose. One of the reasons we added that typically is because we wanted people to be able to stay in their houses and grow within reason, you know? And we said yes to well over 3-foot increases. Again, looking at it holistically, looking at how they reduce the massing, looking at the materials they are using, looking at what they bring from the old historic house into the new addition. Looking at the site, you know, what can we do on this particular lot as opposed to other lots? Commissioner Walker, looking at this holistically outside of the number, the over 3-foot increase in the ridge height, what are your other thoughts pertaining to this project? I only ask you because you brought it up. Yeah.
And I brought up the height.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you look at that word typically, you could get some wiggle room there. Maybe that guideline could be, oh, sorry, can't talk about that.
Yeah.
So, it's quite a large structure. I guess, you know, if it were in the middle of the block, I'd feel a little differently about it, but because that whole side of it is on the street, it's a substantial increase to the home. It's done really well, but I'm just looking at it from that perspective, just trying to be honest.
Sure, absolutely. Commissioner Taylor?
I think it's an example or a potential example of trying to do everything that you can possibly do to keep people in their houses and be respectful of the standards. I mean, there's one that we've cited that we've even cited that we do it. It's in the standards to raise a ridge and everything else it's based off the standards.
So what standard are you referring to? What picture, what
All the
diagram?
ones of the setback of raising the, keeping the existing ridge, but being able to raise it. The receding roof lines, I mean, there's, I don't know the numbers, but there's probably 5 or 6 in there that have been cited that are part of the standards.
Yeah. Commissioner Goodwin?
I didn't have anything else to say. I agree.
This is the last month you all will have to deal with me calling you out. Commissioner Bell?
I don't have anything to add. I mean, I agree with a lot of what's been said. And I think there's been a lot of consideration with the design and trying to meet the client's needs, while appreciating the neighborhood, the historic. Nothing really stood out for me as far as a concern. But I appreciate what Commissioner Barth brought forward because it seems to be not just this item, but other items that we sometimes find ourselves struggling with. But I do think that the examples that Jessica presented are viable. It's hard to run away from.
I remember former Commissioner Damon Rumsch saying, it's not just about the standards, it's how we apply them. It's why we're here, you know? So anyone have another opinion or a point of view that has not already been expressed? Yes, Commissioner Whitlock.
I think that, one, we have that little word typically in there, and typically is probably, the key to this, because it's architecturally pleasing, but if it was architecturally not pleasing, we wouldn't have to agree to it.
Yeah.
That, we've got
Mm.
a situation where, like Commissioner Taylor said, that's trying to save this house, and, how many people moved into it and moved out because of I guess, the problems with trying to make it bigger so they could stay there. And we've got a good solution here, I think.
Commissioner Whitlock, pleasing is so subjective. Will you define what you mean by that?
Well, I think when you look at it, like Commissioner Goodman said, that you've still got that original ridge is still indicated because of the offset. You're extending the main ridge, but you still get it, and you still see it from the sides, and you know what's going on. You know that we're not hiding the fact that there's an addition.
Mhm.
It's solving a problem, and it's, to me, I don't know the most classical definition, if this would be considered architecturally correct or not, but for my eye, it is pleasing.
Or compatible is the word?
It's definitely compatible.
Okay. All right. Well, we do need a motion.
I will float one.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
I'd like to move to approve this application as it's not incongruous with the design standards. And it meets the standards of Chapter 6 additions, the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, and roofs 4.5.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Motion made by Commissioner Hawkins, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
With the most respect I can provide now. Sorry.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Sorry, 10-1. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. 10-1.
And so we're going to move on to application number 9. I believe the applicants are here in the room. And you all have been sworn in, correct? Yes. Come on up, bring an extra chair with you. Okay, this next application is 1919 South Mint Street. It's for an addition and front porch changes. It's an American small house, and the addition, the front porch changes is front porch rails, changes to a previous side addition and a rear addition. And there are photos of the existing house on slide 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The side porch in question is on slide 10. Context images are on slide 13. And I'm going to start the applicants on slide 14, which is the addition plan. Applicants, if you would, state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
I'm Andrew Woodruff. I'm the architect.
2301 Greenway Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
I'm Brittany Whitley, homeowner.
Daniel Whitley, homeowner.
Woody, wherever you'd like to start.
Sure. We have a fairly simple addition here, so I'm not going to go into too much detail in deference to everyone's time here. Thank you for seeing it today. But happy to drill down on any portion of it, any questions, whatever you guys like. And actually, it was this close to being a staff approval, given the fact that it's straight out the back. We're within the horizontal footprint from the street. So it's basically a simple, as Christy said, a simple kind of rectangular house, and we're doing a small, well, not small, but you know, an addition on the back, which is rectangular also, inset on the sides. I think the thing that brought it before your committee is on the right-hand side, as you can see. There was a porch that was built original to the house, I believe, and at some point enclosed rather poorly. They're trying to reclaim this as legitimate space for their kitchen, adding some mudroom space. They have a small daughter and a dog, and also some pantry space. So that's really what kind of triggered the committee review on the right-hand side. So as you can see on the back, it's a brick house. We are indenting about 3 inches to transition to siding. On the back side, we're maintaining the original roof line, eave line, all that will be matched. Windows obviously up to historic standards, casings 5 inches, trim on top. Foundation is brick to match the original house. On the right-hand side, specifically with that porch, will be a panelized system of either wood or cementitious products to just create a little depth there, a little bit more historic flavor, if you will, on that right-hand side. It was difficult. Christy and everyone was like, let's add some more fenestration on the side, but with storage and shelving and all that, it was really hard to kind of find that balance. So hopefully we found the right answer here. That's about all I can think of off the top of my head. So happy to discuss anything with you guys.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No.
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicants? Yes, Commissioner Wojcik.
Hi, thank you for bringing this to us. I just have a couple questions more about the window scale size choice. It looks like there's a couple of different sizes already on the existing structure. Can you tell me if those are all historic or if any of those have been replaced at some point?
It's hard to tell. I will say it's probably an assortment of new and old. Some have been replaced, some have not. They're not in terribly good condition, so I think the homeowners here are considering replacing with duplication, you know, what they have now. As far as the new fenestration, just tried to keep with the same proportion of lights and the same scale with the house. So it wanted some variation within the rooms for different functions, but hopefully they're all harmonious. But yes, you'll notice, you know, some have the classic lights on top, you know, single light on the bottom. Some have lights top and bottom, which is, you know, kind of difficult to the eye, but that's what's there now.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what historic precedents would take, you know, would rule there as far as, you know, fixing or replacing.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had a better answer for you.
No, I mean, they don't match. So I was thinking that some were new, some were old.
Christy, can you show the
Um,
original the photographs? Maybe, you know, you can kind of see.
8 over 8.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that the right-hand side where we got some different ones.
8 over 4.
Mm-hmm.
There's 6 over 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
Over six.
that's the side where they're kind of.
These are definitely not original.
Right.
Like 6 over 6. So honestly, Heather, it looks like maybe 6 over 6 and like these were 8 over 8 historically.
And everything else was 6/6?
Yeah, it looks like it was 6/6 originally.
And those pictures that you showed us, is that what the house looks like right now or, okay,
Correct.
thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Taylor, and then Commissioner Walker, in that order, okay?
I wanted to just clarify, segueing on from Heather's, Commissioner Wojcik's question. So it sounded like you're not sure which ones you're planning to replace or you'd like to replace? Or
Yeah, it's a financial decision right now as to whether they replace the original or not. And I think what I was doing there was doing a 6/1 to emulate the front windows, basically. But if a straight up, match is what's in order, then that's fine also.
Well, the standards are pretty clear as far as retaining historic original windows. And that's, in the past, that's certainly been something that the window has to be in pretty bad shape to replace it. So if we would just need some documentation, obviously, you're missing some something there, exactly. But I realize that's the rear elevation and you're planning to replace those anyway with the addition. But we would just need a lot of documentation that really shows that the windows are in such disrepair that they cannot be they cannot be saved.
Understood.
So that's just something I would caution against. Because I had a lot of questions about those same questions. I kept, going through and looking all these different elevations and saw all the different, you do have quite a few different things going on. Another question on the site, are there trees that that will be affected by this? I just didn't see them noted on the site plan.
No trees will be affected with
Okay.
this.
And on the front, existing walk, I didn't see, it's hard to see what's existing going to the front porch. Is there an existing walkway
Yeah, it's a small concrete walkway.
that's
that
just
goes
going to be
from the
retained?
driveway, correct.
Okay.
I can get a photograph of that to illustrate that.
And then I had a question about, there was a staff comment about the porch height or the porch rail height, just matching the historic. We typically like to see that matching the historic rail height. And there's usually a booster rail that is added to that to meet code, but I think that it's not typically as high as you have it on there. Would you be open to lowering that to meet more of a historical standard while still meeting code with a booster?
To be honest with you, I'm more interested in the safety aspect of it with my daughter. Because
Understood.
this side is probably about 3 or 4 feet, right? So it's a pretty big drop on the right side, so.
Do you mean the overall height of it? Or you're saying
Yeah, don't you have it at, what is it shown there, 30?
30,
Six.
3 foot, 36, which
Yeah,
is
36.
code basically.
And we'll see what everyone else thinks. I mean, I think it's typically a little higher than we normally see.
Yeah, a historic rail is lower but you have the 36 height with a booster rail. So you're still getting the same safety, but it's more the look. That higher booster rail kind of tends to fade away and you're getting the proportional look of the historic rail height. It's in our standards under porches 4.8.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, I think that's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Taylor and then Commissioner Walker.
The side structure, that's original? Do you think it's original porch?
I think so. I mean, I think it was originally a porch and then it was enclosed at some point.
Is
during
it at the
life.
same elevation as the finished floor on the inside? Okay,
Yes.
Can you go to slide 10, Christy? So it's kind of buried there in the driveway on the edge there, and you're calling it for to be parged on one of your elevations. How are you gonna deal with that transition
We're redoing the driveway, so all that gets redone and regraded. They've got some water concerns also. They've got water flowing towards the house and not away from the house, so all that's going to get rebuilt and regraded.
There'll be more foundation exposed when it's all
Hopefully,
done.
yes.
Yeah,
Mhm,
okay.
we'd like to, as much as we can.
That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Walker?
My issues were covered, but I just had another one rise with this question here. When you redo the driveway, will it be separated from the foundation of the house? Will it bump right up to it?
Is that on the site plan? We plan for there to be a walkway there, so there's going to be some, they can't walk from their living spaces to their backyard. They basically have to go out that side door to go walk. So basically, we're going to do a driveway and a separate walkway. So that will be defined by different materials, which I can make clear in the site plan. But yeah, you can see the line of the driveway right there. So there'll be a footpath or something in between where the step is to the backyard. Does that make sense?
Talking right here?
Yes.
Are you talking right here?
Yes, that's the line of the driveway right there. So it'd be some sort of landscape path to get to the backyard.
Jill, if I may, I think what Jill is asking is when you re-pour the driveway, is there going to be a space between the driveway and this porch? Is that correct?
No, there will not. And unfortunately, we have a shared driveway with an easement down the middle. So we only have, we have every inch there we have to maintain, unfortunately. So it's more of a zoning issue and at this point. I wish we could.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Barth. Did you have questions?
I don't know if I have any questions. Most of my items will probably come up in deliberation, but I will mention a few things just in case you all want to respond to them. The overall new window scheme and style, there seem to be a few that don't align with the overall style of the existing windows on the home. I assume you'd be open to reconfiguring some of them, particularly like the triple gang windows on the back seem a little oversized for this style of house. And looks like they're cottage sash too. Which I don't know that we'd normally see on this style of house for an American small house. Let's see what else. You know, the porch, or what was a porch that was enclosed with windows and siding. You know, we like to keep porches open and keep that pedestrian occupant connection still there. So, you know, it looks like we're going to more of a solid wall configuration with transom windows, likely due to a programmatic requirement that you're putting in here. So, you know, if you want to speak on that, let's see what else.
Let's let them speak on it.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. I mean, as far as the side porch goes, you know, I mean, it's already enclosed in my mind. The big windows just don't do much for, you know, interior functions. We really have to take that space. It's a very small house. We're trying to use every square foot we can. So the idea was to make it look better, function better. It already has a great front porch. It's very well connected to the neighborhood. And these guys use the front porch all the time. So I think that connection is still, I don't think it's diminished by this redesign personally, but.
Okay.
The windows, I agree. If we need to match specifically, you know, window per window, we can certainly do that. And the cottage style, that's just a way of maintaining the upper 6 lights being the same as they are in the front and just lowering the sash. It's basically a nod to the windows on the front. But if that's inappropriate to this style house, then I'm happy to change those.
Okay. And then one other question I had, and this was outlined in the staff notes. You have an interior fireplace in the addition. But it appears that there's, you know, don't know how that's vented, not sure whether it's an electric fireplace or a vent-free fireplace. How do you intend on venting that, or is it not an issue?
It'll either be a B vent, you know, gas, or it'll be an electric unit, one or the other. We don't have that specified as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions before we close, Commissioners? Commissioner Hawkins?
I did have a quick question. The windows on the front of the house, are those not 6/6 windows?
They're
Just 8/8.
They're 8/8.
Okay, 8/8.
All right.
And so were you planning, you were saying you were matching the windows on the enclosed porch with the windows on the front?
Well, with the new windows on the front, with the ones I proposed.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But it sounds like we need to go back to the original windows, original window layout, which the back would certainly follow the front.
Okay.
If that's
Perfect.
the way to go.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Wojcik?
I'm sorry, now I'm a little confused and I'm the one that started the window conversation. Are the front windows being replaced or are they staying the way that they are in the picture?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
It
that
depends
was the
on
Financial
whether
element.
it's a financial question of whether they
Gotcha.
can be replaced or not.
Thank you.
As far as the windows go, we don't know what's underneath it because there's aluminum siding on a lot of the windows. Trim and everything. So until we go in there and start pulling stuff off that, I have no idea what we're gonna find.
If they are replaced, are you asking to replace them as an 8/1? Is that your preference? Or is that just the way that they're drawn?
It's our preference. And
Okay.
that's the way they're drawn, but if that's not acceptable to the committee, then we'll certainly match what's there.
Okay, thank you.
I think what's probably throwing everyone off is the existing elevation is not drawn to match what's existing. Yeah,
That's
right?
true. That's my error.
Yeah, it helps us to see existing versus proposed. Okay, any other questions before we close? Yep, Commissioner Hawkins?
And just to confirm, the driveway is not part of what we're evaluating today? Is that correct?
At this point, I think it's fair game.
Oh, it is, okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, because it is not included in our proposal, but it's come up, so. Okay, anything else before we close? Anything you all would like to say before we close?
So I've been in the house for almost 20 years now, so I'm really
Wow.
want to stay in the neighborhood, but I now have a wife and a young daughter, so it's gotten too small for us.
Uh-huh,
So that's the reason we're coming up here.
okay. Well, we're gonna try and work that out so you can stay together. All right, so with that, we will close for deliberation. All right, commissioners. What do we have?
My biggest concern is maybe just a better repetition of the new windows matching the existing windows in size and scale.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, well, all the way around, but the side porch, it does say that we can enclose them, but it should be done in such a way. It's discouraged, but can be done to ensure when required for a new use.
Will you, so that we can get
yeah.
meet you there, will you tell us where you are?
I'm on 4.8, number 5. It says enclosure of side porches and balconies is discouraged. If enclosure of side porch or balcony is required for a new use, the enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that has been done and I understand what they're trying to achieve. And that's an easy way to create heated square footage, but I just want to make sure that it's consistent when we address the windows as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. All right. Commissioner Walker?
I just want to confirm that side porch is not original to the house. That was an addition?
They're not sure. And
I
we're
believe that
closed.
the
We're-
porch was there and there was a side
We will
door.
reopen.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're asked a question. We'll reopen so that we can officially have you on record. All right? All right, Commissioner Walker?
Just to confirm, was that side porch in addition to the house?
It's my belief that it was a porch originally, and there was a side door there into the kitchen, just based on other kind of mill house type architecture. At some point, it was enclosed with siding and windows, just based on it being aluminum siding and poor quality windows, I'm guessing 80s or 90s, or maybe even 70s, I'm not sure. But it was enclosed at some point to become heated square footage. So we're just basically redoing the envelope of that enclosure.
Thank you.
All right. Well, reclose. Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner, or comments, Commissioner Walker? Okay. Commissioner Wojcik, and then Commissioner Lineberger.
How do we feel about the transition between siding and brick as a veneer? I like it from a historic standpoint because it definitely shows us where the addition is. But I don't know that we've reviewed a whole bunch of stuff like that.
We've done that, yeah,
Yeah,
in part,
okay.
primarily to show
No.
the distinction.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
And because it can sometimes be hard to match the brick, right? Yep.
Mhm. Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
I was just going to comment on the porch. I mean, I believe that we have precedent where porches have been enclosed well before the applicants came, and then they're redoing them. So I believe we have precedents for this. And I personally believe that this meets our standards and that it's an improvement over what was there. Clearly, those windows were not original. And there's an effort to speak to the original window, the fenestration that's already existing, the 8-light detail that's used there. So I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Anyone else have anything to add that we have not already heard? Commissioner Barth, you said you had some comments for deliberation. Have we addressed everything you jotted down, or do you have additional thoughts, comments, and points?
I guess I have a question for the applicant, and I forgot to bring this up while we were open.
I'll reopen.
Sorry. And I apologize if I'm being redundant. This was already brought up, but obviously there will likely need to be an addition for condensing units and things outside. Can you speak to where those would go?
I do not know where they would go. Probably on the far side. We have setback room on the left side as you're facing the front. So that's where they are now, I believe. But I would leave that up to getting some more information from contractor and subcontractor as far as where that would work best. And obviously it has to conform with zoning, but the driveway is not a good side, obviously.
So likely you'd place the new unit next to the existing one.
I'm not even sure where it is, to be honest with you. So did you see it in the photograph?
Yeah, it's just past the fireplace on the north, as you're indicating the north elevation. Yeah.
Oh, that's good then, yeah. That's the, that's the good side, obviously.
Okay.
And there is more room on that side than the driveway side, ironically.
Gotcha.
Okay,
So with that, I
yep.
guess
Are you done with your questions?
I'm done with my questions and I have nothing further to add to the deliberation.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
While we're open, how wide is the existing driveway?
I'd have to look at the survey, but my educated guess is there's about 8 feet and 8 feet. So, 2 cars can pass fairly comfortably. And the line runs right down the middle of the driveway. So it's basically shared, but it's a double. It's not like they stack, which is nice.
So 8 for your side.
For my educated guess, yes.
Mhm.
Without having a survey, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions or comments or anything for the applicants? Dig deep. Okay, we will close for continued deliberation. All right, Commissioner Bell, anything?
I was just going to go back on the windows to make sure I understood that windows wouldn't be replaced if they were original, they would be restored, but I understood that I heard from the applicant, there were concerns around that, given, I guess, how it was installed originally. But I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity that if original windows, they needed to be repaired and not automatically assumed it would be replaced.
Agreed, and so I might be wrong, so correct me. They didn't know which ones were original, correct?
They look like they're all original, except for on the side porch from the pictures, I'm
Some
guessing.
don't look original to me, but.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, they're-
I concur with Commissioner Wojcik. They look original. Yeah.
They're all original? Okay.
They have some non-original elements like aluminum wrap around some of the trim and some storm windows that are later additions. But I think the windows look like they're pretty original.
So then that would mean restoring as opposed to replacing.
You mean restoring all of them if it was possible? Okay,
Mhm.
I didn't realize that because thank
Mhm.
you, Christy.
Thanks for the clarification.
Oh, and then I did have one other question. I didn't think about the driveway because it wasn't in here, but because it came up, I would like to know from the commission, the spacing in between. I don't really have clarity on that. So are we actually going to make the driveway part of our decision today? Or because it wasn't, because it came up or because it wasn't in the application?
They are fixing it. It's not like they're doing something new to it, right?
They're taking it up and putting in a new driveway.
Yeah.
So you can make any sort, follow your standards and make a decision on how you wish to address it.
Okay, so
And
we
your
can make a
decision could be, we leave it completely up to staff. Your decision, it could be, it can go back the way it is, or your decision could be, there needs to be a space left between the driveway and the bump out.
You go to the Google, you'll see they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Whitlock. It sounds, even based on their testimony, that would not make them whole. That would put them, it would hurt.
And the
Situation.
driveway's crumbling.
Yeah.
It's a replacement as it were.
So, yeah, okay. Sounds like
But
it would
that's
be
the other-
grandfathered in.
Yeah.
The word of the day, yeah.
You might add too, that grade changes need to be made because the new driveway could follow the original footprint.
Will you say that again into your mic,
Said
Commissioner
The
Goodwin?
new driveway could follow the footprint of the old driveway, but they do need to make grade changes.
Which is, it needs to be in our motion, but they did say that is what they were going to do. Okay. All right, so then, yeah, since we're talking about the driveway, let's make that part of our motion. Anything not discussed that you all have, anyone has an issue with or wants to discuss? Okay, if not, who wants to make a motion? Who here? Okay,
Chair, I believe the applicant has a question.
Sure. Okay, so we will, for a record today, reopen. That's why we're here.
Thank you. I just want to clarify on the driveway, we purposely did not include that in this submission today, knowing that construction will happen, it'll get torn up, it'll be a separate let's apply for it, let's redo the driveway. They have to negotiate with their neighbor also. So that was considered to us to be a separate project and in the future.
Okay, thank you so much.
I would still encourage the commission, if you were going to make an exception to the driveways, to give staff that direction on future applications at this time.
Okay, okay, okay. Are you prepared to do that, Commissioner Lineberger?
Well, it seems like we need additional information on the site plan anyway. I mean, I'm thinking
You
it's a
can-
continuation, but is everyone thinking differently?
I think that you should float your motion and see what happens. So we are going to close for deliberation in case I didn't do that. And let's see what Commissioner Lineberger has for us.
Okay, well, I make a motion to continue this application for the following standards. That the applicant provides a revised site plan with driveway and walkway details, HVAC location, driveway details per standard 8.2. Retain existing windows per standard 4.12 and 4.14, and provide new window details and specifications to comply with standard 6.15. And I believe that's it. I think we worked out all the other points that we had.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. So motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner,
I have a question, I'm sorry.
okay, Commissioner Wojcik.
Well, they just said that they don't want to present the driveway to us yet, but yes, we're asking for that information contingent with
Well,
this.
we need to have it on the site plan so that for documentation.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Then, yes, I will second.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion of this motion, Commissioner Barth?
Excuse me, sorry. That the windows on the addition be consistent with the historic house, as well as ganged windows have a mold gap of at least 6 inches.
Friendly amendment, are you going to accept that, Commissioner Lineberger?
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Lineberger says absolutely. All right, are you still good with that, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right. Any other discussion pertaining to the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 11-0. Thank you.
It is 6:13. Knowing that we have a lot of tiny cases,
Mhm.
would it be possible to get through case number 14 tonight?
I think so. What say you, team? Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Make-
I have some ambivalent shores. And we do have a hard stop for one of our commissioners at 7.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get going. No breaks here.
Okay. And that's just an announcement for everyone watching that we are going to stop at 14, so 15 and 16 will be heard at the July meeting. So do we have Daryl with us for 915 Magnolia Avenue? And while we're checking for Daryl, I'm also going to announce that Commissioner Taylor is recusing from this application.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yes, hello.
Excellent. My name's Daryl Klotz, 915 Magnolia Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Dilworth neighborhood.
Thanks, Daryl. Daryl, are you able to turn on your camera?
Good question. Oh, yes,
Okay.
I think there.
Hi,
How's that?
Daryl.
Hi.
Have you been sworn in?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Anyone who has not been sworn in and is on the phone or in the room, please do so at this time.
All right, if you'll all raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this next application is 915 Magnolia Avenue for a porch stair replacement. And he is having continual water issues for the existing wood front steps and requesting to change to brick. So there are no other changes proposed. The applicant has provided a number of examples of brick steps, and staff, did research like usual and talks through, when things were installed or approved. And I will note that the commission approved a similar project at 712 East Tremont Avenue, also for flooding and water issues. And then just this year, 1819 Lenox Avenue approved new brick front steps. So the existing conditions are shown on slide 6, and I believe that the existing steps are replacements. And
Yes.
is that correct? Yes.
Yes, they've been replaced twice in our 15 years of living in this location.
Okay. Yep. Daryl, I am just going to scroll through some of the more pictures. Is there anything else you'd like to add about the project?
No, you pretty much summed it up. It's a very simple project compared to some of the complexities that you've all talked about. It's really here because it's a change in materials. We're going to pick some brick that kind of ties in some of the colors that are already existing there. We're not adding any steps. We're not adding any rails. It's a very straightforward ask.
And you're not painting the brick?
No.
All right.
That's what we like to hear.
And we have no callers.
All right, so thank you. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Bell.
Just one, when you say that you're matching the brick with some colors that are there, can you be more specific?
Well, as you see, the bricks that are photoshopped in there have a little bit of dark purplish to tie in some of the foundation color. There's a little bit of lighter bricks to kind of tie in some of the trim on the stairs and the other trim. And, the mortar will be gray to match some of the concrete. Just a little bit of a mixture. We're not proposing a monotone color of brick choice. It'll be varied as you see there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bell. Anyone else? All right, anything you'd like to say, Daryl, before we close?
No, I think it's a very simple thing, and I don't want to waste your time.
Thank you, sir. We'll close now for deliberation. Commissioners, is it a simple thing? It's a very simple thing. So who wants to make a motion? Commissioner Walker?
Yes, I believe the applicant has given us sufficient reason to see that there should be an exception made to changing materials. Per our Secretary of Interior standards, there is a section on the right which talks about how applications are evaluated, and in reading that specifically, it offers a sentence up that I focused in on, which says that in this particular case, there are circumstances that warrant exceptions to adopted standards and policies. It is the responsibility of a property owner to demonstrate to the commission that an exception has been justified. I believe that's the case here. So I would like to make a motion to approve the replacement of the front stairs as this application is requesting. It is not incongruous with the district, and the applicant has provided us proof that an exception is warranted in this case, having to replace the stairs twice in a matter of 15 years.
Commissioner Walker, I agree with you, but for the record, can you tell us why the exception needs to be made? He could always go back with what was there. So will you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's asking to replace wood steps with brick steps because the wood continues to deteriorate due to the flow of water from the roof above.
Thank you so much. So motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. All right, any discussion of the motion? Okay,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Can move forward. Were there
Yes.
any standards cited in the motion?
Secretary of Interior Standards. All right, yes, Commissioner Wojcik?
Can we request the applicant work with staff on final brick selection?
Commissioner Walker, are you willing to accept that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, are you still good with it?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, I heard from our mason who suggested matching the brick from what you can see on the interior crawl space or foundation
Oh.
that was originally on the house, which I thought was very clever. So
I love our brilliant team here. Thank you. Thanks, Candy. All right, so let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Taylor sat this one out. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to approve passes 10-0. Thank you, and let the record show that Commissioner Taylor is back at the table.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, Daryl.
the next application is, let's see here, 420 West Fifth Street. Brian and Neil, are you with us? Neil, come on up. Okay. Oh, I see him. Hi, Brian.
How you all doing?
Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, Neil, have you been sworn in? Yes.
Brian, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Brian, are you on the phone or are you on the computer?
I'm on a computer and I'm trying to get the camera to work, but I don't know why the slide thing won't work.
Okay. Keep trying, and if you can't, we'll let it slide.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thanks.
This application is, the commission has seen this application, this project before. It's been a number of years. This is the historic firehouse in Fourth Ward. And previously, the commission had reviewed a major addition at this site. This is also a landmark property, so anything done to it also needs landmark approval. The scope of work has significantly been reduced to replace all of the non-original windows and doors, remove a small non-historic addition on the rear, and then add an ADA ramp and changing a window to a door on the rear elevation. They're also proposing to install non-permanent planters around the existing concrete apron in front of the building. Again, this is similar to what the commission reviewed over at the Vintage at 215 East Boulevard. And the new proposed windows are metal storefronts. So they have historic photos of the fire station that they've provided and the summary of work. And with that, I'm going to stay on slide 7 and turn this over to the applicants to explain the project in a little more detail. And applicants, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Brian Plant, 1946 Woodland Drive, 28205.
Oh, you have to turn it on so it hits green. There you go.
Neil Edwards, 550 East Brooklyn Village Avenue, apartment 1702.
Thank you. Where?
I guess I'll start right where you're at, and just want to kind of give a little background history here. This will be an amenity space to for the owner to offer to some of his local residents in the area where they could privately rent out for event space or a gathering of some sort. So that's kind of the potential use of the building. And one thing I want to point out is we've very little documentation on this building, and really everything stems from that photograph you're looking at. Preferably the windows, you see they're double hung wood windows, and then the apparatus doors, you can kind of see they're folding in, but they're open on the bottom and then like a crisscross at the top, but they're very large doors. So that's kind of the understanding of kind of the documentation that we just are limited to, just to kind of put this together. So we kind of took that language and kind of, assumed that would be the language around the building. And like I said, I think the big ask is going from wood to aluminum storefront systems, just because of the commercial of the building, maintenance, and just the potential use of the building. It's going to get, a lot of people in and out of the building and so forth. So you can go to the site plan. So as far as the site plan goes, or site work, on the front piece, which is on the left, is a enlarged plan. We have movable tables and removable planters that, and the tables would be pulled in, when there's not an event going on, but the planters would stay, but they would be movable at any point in time. So that's kind of the front patio area, and the way that would function is, they would open up the apparatus doors and just kind of let the indoors kind of be a space of itself. And then on the back, just for some code reasons, we're going to do a little ADA ramp in the back just to improve accessibility. And also, there's a little, I assume it's where they stored coal back in the day or whatever, but there's a little slice of building back there, and I got a photograph as we move forward. And I don't think it's original to the building, but we would like to demo that little bit out. You can tell by the brick that it's not original to the building. So it was added at some point in time. And then, go to the floor plan real quick. Yep. And you can see in floor plan, the lower level would be kind of a bar area with a patio area and just some tables for gathering and a little stage for performance, and just some support areas in the back, and a little unique area, the chief's room, which would be upfitted where you could privately go into a nice little space. And so that's kind of a unique twist to it. And one comment on the interior portion, and we are working with Stuart and his team on the interior portion of it, and we are maintaining a lot of the portions they are recommending to keep, such as the stairs and the apparatus areas, which were they indicated as a key feature for their historical portion. So we're working with them to keep most of that intact. And then on the second floor is just an open space, really not doing anything to that. That'll be just shelled for future use, or, if everything works out, would be in addition to the event area. So that's kind of the interior portion. And now the exterior portion, this is the front elevation. And you can see one big thing is all the original windows and all the original apparatus doors have been replaced or taken out. As you can see, they just put in standard overhead doors, which obviously aren't original. And then the upper windows, you can tell they're just like somebody went in and just put wood stops in and just put a plane of glass or plexiglass in there and called it a day. So there's been work done to this building, whether it was permanent or not, I don't know, but there is no original windows. So like I said, we use that photograph to kind of document what we would do. And we would replace the upper windows and the apparatus doors and the light fixture outside to kind of match that globe look. And the next slide would show you the proposed, and you can see on the left is the existing elevations. And then on the right would be the proposed elevations, which shows the apparatus doors with clear vision glass on the lower portion, which we assume would be compatible with what you saw in the photograph. And then the upper windows, we would mimic the double hung window look, but again, it would be all aluminum. with a panel above it to match the original windows based on that photograph. And then on the side elevation, and it's pretty tight, it's more of an alleyway. And we have to work with code enforcement on protective openings, on percentages, but I think there's some room there where we can move that needle a little bit. But essentially on this elevation, we were replacing all the upper windows and all the lower windows. Right now, they just show they're shuttered over. So we'd open them up, and I have window elevations further down the presentation. But those are the windows we would be replacing on the side. And then the next slide is the elevation. You can see the upper elevation is the existing elevation with all the original, not original windows. And then the new elevation proposes aluminum with a look of a double hung window with some dividers to kind of pick up the language on that photograph that you looked at beforehand. And the next slide would be the back elevation. That's that little shed, that orange highlighted area. That's a little structure we want to kind of demo out to kind of allow for the ramp to work efficiently, and then replace the door and the upper windows. And that little window right there would be replaced as well. And the next slide, this shows existing and proposed. Replacing the upper windows with a more traditional, original look of the windows from the front with the main support in the middle, with in the middle of the window with divided lights, and then replace the little window with just this aluminum window, and then replace the door, which has a transom over it, and would be aluminum door with glass with division light in it. And then you can see the addition of the concrete ramp, and we would do probably a rub finish on the exposed concrete, but it would be exposed with metal handrails that would be painted. And then the west side, and then the west side, again, there is a exterior egress stair that you can't really see because of the tree, but we would just be kind of painting that up. It's painted black right now. And I can't find anywhere where that was documented in the buildings, but we would be replacing these windows as well, upper and the lower ones. And then the next one would be a cleaner elevation, and you can kind of see the stair there. And the upper elevation is the existing windows, and the lower one would be the proposed elevation with the look of the original windows with the divided lights, but we are still keeping the arches and the panels and all that. And then the next slide, these would be window elevations, just kind of a closer look of the windows. These would be the first floor window replacement. It would be, give you some dimensions on it, and it appears to be a double hung window with a upper window with a little division light on it, or divider on it. And these would be around the first floor level. And then the second slide, next one. These are two little windows on the same east elevation. And it's just a aluminum window. And those are the two little windows that go into the chief's room. And then the next slide. These windows are, this is the single little window on the back elevation adjacent to the chimney. And there's just a little punch out that looks right into the chief's room too, as well. And then the next slide. These would be the second floor windows above the apparatus front doors, and they appear to match the windows in the photograph, with the center window and then the two flanking windows with divided lights and an appearance of a double hung window. And then the next slide. And then these would be the second floor windows that kind of wrap all the way around the second floor. Again, it would be an appearance of a double hung window with divider lights. And I've given you the interior and exterior elevation. I know Stuart's more interested in the interior and you guys are the exterior. So then the next slide here would be the two windows in the back that are just, they run parallel with the chimney, but on the second floor, it's used to be where the firemen had their kitchen and so forth, but it would be appearance of a double hung window with a center support to fill the entire opening, similar to the photograph as well. And the next slide. And then these would be the apparatus doors, that lead into the apparatus room and into the main event space and to the patio area. Be division light on the lower half of the doors and aluminum cross with some metal panel in the upper. That's correct. And these are the larger doors. So going to wood on this would be very costly, and to manage the doors at this height and at this level would be something we would want to work out, I guess. And then the second slide, next slide. These are the door replacements. There's one on the lower level, two on the lower level, and one up on the second level. The far right is on the second level. That's why it's shorter. It aligns with all the windows on the second floor, where the two on the left are the lower level doors, and they would have vision lights with a wide style door with a transom with a divider light as well. And the next slide. And this is interior, and I don't think the rest is all interior. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of, I think that's about it. So it's just really replacing the doors and the windows and doing some brick cleaning, getting some of the graffiti off the building, and just kind of cleaning out the precast around the roof. General cleaning, around the front of the building, and the patio concrete would remain. We would just kind of clean it up a little bit. I think that's where we're at, and unless Neil, you want to add anything?
Well, just let you guys know who I am and who I represent, and our intention for this building. So I'm part of Northwood Raven, and we purchased this building in 2021. I know there have been several previous proposals, some of which Christy mentioned, dating back, I believe, decades, from various groups. So we own the View, which was the building you saw slammed up against the one side. It's immediately adjacent. And then we also recently completed and own the 500 West Trade, which is catty corner, as we might like to say. So we have close to 800 units within that one block. And this is a great little building, and we would love to activate it with people and make it part of the fabric again, instead of what it has been for a long time, which is a relic. And I think the big picture would be, we are asking for a trade-off to go to a more, ultimately a more durable material with the aluminum, but in return, we'll be restoring many of the aesthetic qualities of what we believe to be the original windows and doors to the building, which have not existed for some time. Thank you for considering us today.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, Brian. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers.
All right, commissioners. Questions for Brian and Neil? Commissioner Barth?
I appreciate y'all trying to bring this building back to its original glory. Obviously, it's had a tumultuous history and has been vacant for some time now. So good to see new life breathed back into it. Some of the window proportions seem a little off from, at least that first historic photograph, which is great that you have. I'm curious if you have any photographs of the other elevations from before it was changed.
No, we've kind of vented as many contacts as we could to see if there was other documentation of the building, and even Stuart had did a little dive as well to see if he could find anything. And this is really the only picture that we can come up with. And you know, I have a friend that works at the fire department, and I kind of candidly asked him if he had a contact where, because this used to be a building where the his museum was in this early 90s, I think. So, and they came up, they don't really have too much photographs of the building per se. Most of it is just the photograph you see there.
Okay. Yeah, I would say, you know, again, appreciate what y'all are trying to do with the windows. Would like to see some of the proportions, like you can tell on this tripart window here. The center window is larger than the two flanking windows. Might want to see adjustments there just so we could get in keeping with what the original design was. Same thing for the doors. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell from this this image, but the doors seem to have more of a vertical orientation. So I don't know whether they were, you know, 4 panels that bifolded or something else.
Yeah, I think there are 2 doors that just kind of floated, you know, closed next to each other. There does seem to see an accordion look there.
Yeah. So again, speaking to that, you know, I think we may want to see those proportions brought back to the original style a little bit. And then if we don't have photographic evidence of the other sides of the building, you know, that might be something you might want to explore further with SHPO, people in the Carolina room. I mean, this is a fairly iconic and high level or high visibility building. So there's got to be stuff out there. But if there isn't any evidence of the other sides, I would say we'd probably want to see it more of a unified window pattern. There seems to be a lot of different styles of windows, a lot of different proportions, and that sort of thing. So anyway, if you'd like to respond to that.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I get with the center window, it does appear to be a little bit wider than the 2 on the left and the right. But I kind of just took that language since, you know, very little documentation, and the openings are the openings in the brick. So, you know, some of it on the west and east elevation, they are single openings for a single window, where on the back, like that one, yeah, that's over the apparatus one, that's over the apparatus. And so that you got these little windows that are kind of you know, not in line with each other. So there's some different window elevations, especially when you get over by the chief's room there. So you know, the existing brick openings are what they are, and but I see what you're saying on the middle one. That one looks a little wider in the middle, but it's hard to measure off a photograph.
Yeah, and fully understand that. And what may help you here, you know, again, we can't design it for you, but something that we do get into, especially with double hung windows, is usually there's a mold pocket of at least 6 inches, which you can see actually in the original photograph, which may help your proportions there. But anyway, we'll get into that, especially as we deliberate. One last thing I did want to point out, and it just slipped my mind. Anyway, I'll go to someone else.
Okay. All right. Other questions, Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I have a question. You talk about cleaning some of the brick on this building. I wondered what you were thinking about, how your cleaning method was going to be.
As far as the product, I mean, I would work with a mason that has historical knowledge and reach out to him and work with him on the proper way to clean the brick. So I don't have a specific product right now, but at that point, I would work with a mason that has the historical knowledge of how to clean this type of brick and work with that type of folk.
And Brian, I'll mention that we have someone on staff here who can help you. She is incredible. And the reason, we bring that up is because we want to make sure that we are not going to get to a point where we are having you all ask for the brick to be painted.
No, that's not anywhere. No, that's not our desire to do any of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Commissioner
another
Walker?
thing that would be good for us is to get a little bit more information on that ADA ramp, and, how the railing would be attached to that, just, how that's all going to work out.
It would be like a tube steel handrail that would be either anchored into the concrete or doweled into the concrete. And it would be a handrail would be 1.5 inches of tube steel with some 1-inch dividers.
We usually like to see how that's going to look, just as an FYI, okay? All right, Commissioner Barth?
Remembered my question. So I think you mentioned that for the most part, the windows were being replaced with aluminum storefront type windows. Do I have that correct?
That would be throughout, correct?
Throughout,
In a
okay.
white,
And
not a
are
clear
any of them
windows.
operable? Would any of them be operable then?
We briefly talked about it, but I think we would be more interested in having the look of a double hung than the function of a double hung.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That
Any-
significantly increases the expense. And so we're already sort of paying a premium to put a better product in from a materiality standpoint. So we'd like to meet in the middle on that if we could.
Sure. Yeah, and unfortunately, we can't get into the cost of things.
Right.
We purely look at these projects as it responds to the historic precedent and.
I guess that would explain our decision for them not to be operable then.
Sure. Okay,
Mhm.
thanks.
Okay. All right, other questions, commissioners? Before we close? All right.
I just have
Yes.
one inconsequential question, and is the fire pole gone?
Oh, yeah.
Fire pole is gone,
Fire
Yeah.
pole's gone.
unfortunately, and it's been filled in.
Yeah. This building has been renovated before and a lot of the original stuff has been thrown out.
Mm.
It's really sad to walk through there. It's pretty rough in there. The whole upstairs is, it's not even renovatable.
Mm.
It's, the plaster's missing, but you can walk through it and feel the history of it though. So we're trying to save it and you can kind of see how the firehouse functioned back in the day, but it's in rough shape.
Yeah.
So you guys must know that there's a survey and research report that the Historic Landmarks Commission did on this?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We have it.
Yep. Yep. We've been working with Stuart on the interior, and that's what I was saying is he highlighted like the stairs and the chief's room and the skylight on the roof. All that's gonna stay intact. And because he deemed that as historical value.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Not inconsequential at all. Commissioner Hawkins.
One last question that was listed in the staff analysis, and I don't recall hearing. Will there be mortar repointing required? That was mentioned.
Not that I'm aware of, unless we come across something that's unsafe or loose brick, but so it's not in the scope to do that, but if we come across some loose brick or something like that, we might have to do some repointing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we close? Brian, Neil, anything you want to say before we close?
I think I'm good, Neil.
Yeah, Neil says he's good too, Brian. Thank you both. We will now close for deliberation. Commissioners, what we had some talk about the windows. As you know, that's a pretty important feature in our historic structures. I think that we need to see how the ADA compliant ramp is going to be attached. So that's something. And, you know, we need to reiterate that we don't want the brick painted. Brian and Neil have both indicated that they don't want to do that either. It's also really important to note that the brick, while being cleaned, there inevitably will be places where the mortar will have to be repointed. So we encourage them to work with staff and our expert to help navigate that. What else should we have on the table? Commissioner Lineberger?
I would just like some clarification on the windows because it's a commercial, I know it's a commercial application, aluminum versus wood. Obviously, if this was residential, we would be looking for a wood replacement because that's what would have been there originally. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that. Is it different because would aluminum be okay because it's commercial?
What did we do? We did, so
Chapter 7 is for non-residential buildings.
let's go to that.
It's
And typically, you're right, it would, what you've allowed in the past has been wood or like an aluminum clad wood, not a storefront window. These situations, mostly because of the dimensions between the window and the face of the glass, and then also considering, you know, trim. Because if you go aluminum clad, you can do that wood trim with the wood maul and the wood above, you know, and the arches.
7.14, number 3. And Christy, do you know any history on those overhead doors and the replacement windows, how old they are?
No, I don't. Just what we can tell here with some of the pattern and how they appear to be bifold.
So as far as we can assume, they were replaced with regard to our historic timeline, recent.
Yeah, so yeah. I'm not sure when what's there was put in. I have no idea.
I think that would be helpful to know, no, yes?
I think these are just, like he explained,
Yeah.
just some like plexiglass and some wood trim.
There,
Yeah,
but there are other windows.
yeah. Let me see if I can.
And
find-
to Commissioner Barth's point, well, yeah.
They're just these blank plate glass windows.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking to, I know we don't get into cost, but I think I would rather see, well, they're not operable currently. You know, if we are trying to mimic what was there, and I appreciate the proportion change, the style of the windows, but the fact of the matter is that storefront assembly would not give that same feel.
And, you know, we talked about operability when we were talking about 1512 and 1514 Southwood really recently, and that we can't really demand operability, but what we look at is the design details, and the proportions and the dimensions.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the storefronts on West Mint Street. That was a commercial job, and we were That was a commercial job and we were sticklers about, some of those were still, original windows, but we were sticklers about not really going overboard in terms of making enlarging the openings or putting something back that was not historically accurate. And so to Commissioner Barth's point, I mean, this is a pretty well-known, highly recognizable building in Charlotte. There's definitely documentation on what it looked like before. So that, and thank you for bringing it back to life. But in bringing it back to life, we want to go back with something that was similar to what was once there. And we just don't have that information right now. So, okay, we have to make some calls here. So, what are some other thoughts on the windows?
I think you guys have talked yourself maybe into a motion.
I think so.
Okay.
I do. And so I'm going to ask for one of the commissioners to get us going on that. Because this does feel like, well, I'll let you all make the call. Yep, Commissioner Barth.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to continue this project for the following reasons. Number one, doors and windows, asking that the applicant restudy their use of replacement windows, referencing section 7.14 really just 7.14, to mimic window details and typologies that more in keeping with the architectural style and period of the structure.
Okay.
And also would like to note that if the intent is to replicate the historic photo on slide number 6, that the window proportions, mole gaps, and sizing be duplicated. Additionally, we would like to note that the brick is to remain unpainted as expressed by the applicant, and to utilize staff on hand as far as cleaning and preserving any masonry on this structure. Third item would seek additional information with regard to the ramp being added at the rear of the property.
Okay. So just for some standards for you, the ramp would be 8.11.
8.11.
I'd use all of those. And then chapter 7.
4.4 for brick.
And let's see here. I was just on it for storefronts. Here we are, 7.15. Maybe number 1. I'd say just look at 7.15 for commercial storefronts.
Okay, accepted.
Okay.
Could
All
we
right.
also add 4.14 for rehabilitation of building elements for replacement windows? I guess.
I think I mentioned that
4.14.
one.
Did you mention that? I'm
I
sorry.
mentioned that one. We'll do it again. 4.14 for
Okay.
rehabilitation of building elements, windows.
All right. Anything else, team? Yes, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I think I'd like to have referenced the cleaning brick, standard 5.5, number 6.
Okay. So that's the standard for that one.
Accepted.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Walker. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 11-0. Thanks for all you guys are doing. We'll see you next time. Okay?
Quick announcement, it doesn't appear that the applicants for agenda item number 12 are present.
Okay.
So we'll skip on to, oh, are you here?
Yeah, let the record show that Commissioner Hawkins is leaving the building.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh,
Okay, and we need a 3-minute break.
sure.
Let's round it up
That
and make it
would Maybe
5.
give applicant number 12 a chance to get online.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brief break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. And again, the applicants for case number 12, 1500 Dilworth Road are not present, so we are skipping ahead to 1209 Myrtle Avenue. Kevin, are you with us? Oh, yes, Commissioner Lineberger is recusing for this application. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Josh.
Hi, guys.
Hey, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. This application was continued from the May 10th meeting to provide more information, including an engineer report to validate or confirm that the 365 delay would be applicable. So the commission heard the case and the applicants wanted to make their case that for immediate demolition and instead of a 365-day stay. So the commission graciously continued the project to allow the applicant to bring back additional information. The applicant has not brought back any additional information. And so the project is just before you, the same as it was at the May meeting. With this, I'm going to turn it back over to the applicants. Applicants, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Kevin Davis, 701 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Josh Lanning, 1210 Myrtle Avenue.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, I think it'll be really short. We appreciate everyone's time. Based on the discussion last time, we weren't overly confident that additional information would be helpful and at least not confident enough to spend the money to do it. So we understand that without providing additional information, that's going to result in a denial, which we've accepted, but would just ask that the 365-day clock start either the date of the application, which I think was March 1st, or the date of the last hearing, just so that the process itself didn't add to the 365 days.
Okay. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have no callers.
Okay. Mr. Davis, can you, usually we start the 365.
It's Mr. Lanning and Ms. Davis.
Mr. Lanning.
Okay.
It's okay.
I apologize.
You're fine.
Usually we start, let me write it down lest I get that wrong again. We start the 365 on the day that we make the ruling. So we have not made a ruling yet. Can you tell us why we should make an exception to what we do, to our procedure?
Yeah, respectfully, and I understand that being the rule. You know, the way that the hearing played out last time, I think this would have been what we would have communicated then, but it went back to closed session and the decision was made to continue it. I don't think even at that time we had really any appetite to spend more money and get another report to submit. So, you know, and maybe we should have spoken up then, but I just think given that that's the ruling and the continuance, really, I mean, we're talking about a month adds that would be the basis for my request, but you know, obviously we defer to your judgment.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, commissioners, any questions of the applicants before we close? All right, well, let's close for deliberation. So it's pretty clear, and Mr. Lanning knows that, you know, you don't bring back the information we requested. That is typically a denial. What say you to backing it up a month? I don't recall a time where we've done that. So any thoughts on that? Anyone feel like that's what we should be doing for this one? Yeah, Commissioner Wheat.
I don't see a reason to set that precedent for this case.
Okay. Anyone feel differently? All right. Commissioner Wheat, do you mind making a motion for us, please, for the demolition?
Will make a motion.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let's see. So it's a three-part three-step process, and you should have a sheet there.
Do have a sheet here.
Perfect.
Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I move to determine this application is, what? Well, I'm like complete, complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Okay.
And move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the,
Wait,
oh no, is that,
Let's stop there and the commission votes on that.
oh, okay,
Okay?
Okay.
So your first motion was determining completeness.
okay.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Okay. Step 2.
Step 2, I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it's year of construction and it's
And you would choose the first three.
the first three, okay. Because it's listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places. It's year of construction and architectural style.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. All right, step 3.
Step 3. I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by the commission.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Wheat, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Lanning and Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Our last application for the evening, the applicants are here in the room. It is case number 14, 2000 Dilworth Road West. The application is for a full demolition of the building. And the applicant has provided drawings, photographs, the Zotwall survey, and all of the required items for documentation for the demolition. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Oh, wait, we have a recusal. Thanks, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor has recused. Note for the record.
And note for the record that Commissioner Lineberger is back.
Oh, thank you. Yes, good. Garrett, if you would state your name, turn on the mic and talk loud and clear into the mic.
Absolutely.
And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Garrett Pete Nelson. I live at 222 Greenway Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Garrett, is there anything else you'd like to add or share about the project?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I also want to thank you for staying a little bit later to hear this. I know that this is not going to be a very popular presentation for the end of your long day. we have really done our due diligence on trying to salvage this house over the last several months. But, you know, due to the discrepancies and the deficiencies within the structure and the water infiltration, we felt that, you know, this would probably be the best solution. With that being said, you know, just a little background on me. I'm the principal owner of Garrett P. Nelson Studio. And I also recently just came off my 6-year mayoral term with the Historic Landmarks Commission. And I was the design review chairman there for the last 5 years. So this is, you know, going to be a tough one for me, especially coming off that. But I think with our collaboration, I'm actually kind of excited about working with all of you and maybe coming up with a, you know, something that could be utilized, you know, in the future, considering I have a feeling that with the changing economies in Charlotte, that this could be occurring quite often. So I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with all of you on the new build for this, if it's approved for the COA of demolition. Due to the timing, that's all I really have to say for now, unless there's some other questions that I could help you with.
Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
We have no callers.
Garrett, because you've been so active with Historic Landmarks, you know that there's a group of people who are willing to buy houses that people buy and then find out that, yeah, it needs work. There's this group of people who will buy it. Have you thought about going to them?
Yes, if it was approved tonight, my first phone call is to Dan Morrill and call Preserve Mecklenburg and see if it could, you know, possibly be moved or if there's another solution. And the other great thing is I've walked away from projects like this in the past because the homeowners weren't going to accept a 365-day demolition, but the homeowners are understanding that that gives me some time and to call those resources that were so readily available for me with my time at Historic Landmarks. So,
thank you.
But I didn't want to make it in those phone calls until I met with you first.
Sure. And obviously, you know, legally, we can't stop this, right? So we hope it does work out. And thank you for sitting through a very long meeting. You all, you're champs. So thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions for Garrett? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, Garrett, did I hear you said that excuse me, that the interior was damaged?
Yeah, there's been some significant water damage on the interior. And then when we did some inspections, you know, within the existing footings and foundations and floor systems, there was some damage that would have been costly to you know, not only repair for the stability of the existing house, but also trying to tie it in with the new. It wasn't anything that would have been insurmountable, to be completely transparent with all of you. But, you know, with the cost of everything nowadays, I did feel like it might be in the, you know, best recommendation on my part to explore this option because, you know, the cost analysis that we had done, it was going to be significantly higher to try to renovate and give the additional square feet that the homeowners were looking for. We've actually, you know, in terms of that, Mr. Goodwin, we also consulted with engineers and also contractors in our decision-making process, which was, again, very difficult. This is a very high-profile site. It's on the corner of Magnolia and Dilworth Road West. And I know it's not going to be a very popular decision with neighbors and everything, but for some reason, I'm very confident in the collaboration between my firm and this commission that we can come up with something really beautiful. We already started kind of sketching, but I know I have to wait 90 days to show you what we started coming up with. So,
you know, just for the record, there are so many neighborhoods in this city. We only have 8 designated historic neighborhoods. This is a beautiful house. And whenever we buy these houses, we become stewards of our history. So I do hope that you're able and the homeowners are able to find someone who wants to take that on because it would be a shame to lose this house. Commissioner Walker.
I lived on that street for years, just a few houses down. I know that house very well. This is kind of a dark day for commission members who are all about preservation. But what really upset me was the comment you made about how with the current conditions and demolitions and in corner properties, as this is, that, because that can become something of a much higher use with the new UDO, that this becomes a domino effect, especially on such a significant street. And you in fact said that, which reinforces the concern I have about what this portends for historic districts in Charlotte. It's really upsetting.
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid comment. But I also think that with the changing economy, I think that this could be a good project to kind of get out in front of it and prove that it can be done really well with such a collaboration. But that's just how, how I felt looking at this and trying to look at the positives of it. That's how I was coming at it.
All right, let's close for deliberation. Let's go through our sheet, shall we? Who is up for doing this? Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin.
Okay, I'll kick this off with the demolition worksheet motion. First motion, I make a motion that this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Bell?
I would like.
Yeah,
I would like
Commissioner
to
Lineberger.
have discussion. I don't know that we have, I mean, there's reference to the engineering, there've been engineering consulting, and we don't have any interior documentation of, damage. I don't know that, is it complete?
It is for what we need.
Okay.
If they wanted to shorten that stay to 90 days, then no, it's not.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, can I add one more thing then?
Okay, so let's reopen. I don't know if I officially closed, so yes, please. Derek.
Thank you. Again, to be really sensitive to what we're going through, we hired a company that did an actual 3D scan of the entire exterior and interior that we've had actually have submitted to the commission to try to document every half inch of this entire house. I think
We have it. I've saved it. The problem is we don't really have the technology to share it. It's the real estate walkthrough technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Matterport?
Yeah, and it's only valid for like 90 days. So I've downloaded it, but I don't know what to do with it from there besides downloading it and saving it to our files. So if anyone has any suggestions, I will take them. But we do have interiors.
It can be uploaded online for anyone who's looking to potentially save this house.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can
And they can walk through it like a video game.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to extend that 90 days?
yes, I can give them a call tomorrow.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well,
I
then,
think that would be incredibly helpful. I don't want to lose this history.
right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We will reclose for deliberation. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Lineberger. Maybe it can be used to help. Okay. So I'm so sorry. Who was making the motion? Commissioner Goodwin. And who seconded the motion? Commissioner Barth. All right, so let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes 9-0. Okay, part two.
I make a motion that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because, one, it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places. Is that an accurate statement, Christie? Yeah. Also because of the year of construction, over 50 years, and also because of its architectural style.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes 9-0, step 3.
I hate to do this, but I make a motion to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the building to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
I'd like to add that plans for new construction will be deferred for 90 days, and did I hear that that might be extended even further?
All right. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion passes 9-0. All right.
Okay.
Let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has rejoined the meeting. We have minutes.
May.
Thank
and-
you, Garrett.
Thank you, Garrett. Thanks. May and February minutes, please.
May and February, so,
And just, we're also announcing again for the record that agenda items number 15 and number 16 are not being heard this evening and will be heard at the beginning of the July agenda.
all right. Who has our minutes?
Oh, and I'm sorry, and number 12, the applicants were not present. They'll be deferred to a future meeting. It's not determined if they will be on July or not.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone want to make a motion on the minutes? Is anyone ready to make a motion on the minutes?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the minutes from February 8th, 2023.
All right, Commissioner Lineberger has made a motion to approve the minutes from February. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Motion passes 10-0. What about May? Who has May? Anyone? If not, we'll kick that
I,
can down the road.
I make a motion to pass the May minutes.
All right. We don't have to make a motion to do that. Let's just do it. We're not ready to vote on May. Okay? So we'll kick that can down the road. Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
Great.
All right. So, oh, that's so sad. This concludes the presentation of evidence. The commission, excuse me, we have reached the end of today's agenda. Excuse me, we've reached our time. We will continue today's agenda next month. Is there any further business to discuss? All right, hearing nothing, this meeting is adjourned at
7:32.
7:31. All right, that's what my clock says. Okay, so thank you and see you next month.